Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Hollywood After Dark. It is Friday, February 17th, 2023. Do you know where your movie talk is? That's right, mother effing here. Tonight we're going to be talking about Liam Neeson calling out Mando? What? Well, Star Wars spinoffs in general, but the biggest of the big is Mando. We're going to be talking about the new Hellboy movie. We're going to be talking about Ant-Man and its problems, and of course, a very special mystery mocking right effing now. Hey, what's going on, everybody? How you guys doing? Welcome to the party. Welcome to the show. First off, let me apologize for last night. So yes, I set up a stream. Yeah, I was going to do it. Yeah, ended up falling asleep. Woke up at about 11:45 p.m. and was like, nah, I'm good. I'm not going to, I'm not going to stream. It's too late. And then, of course, my kids woke up also because we all kind of fell asleep early because people in the house aren't feeling very good. And I was awake with my kids until approximately 3 o'clock in the morning. And of course, tonight I was out with finally the 5-year-old just went to sleep. Another reason why I'm a little bit late, but I totally forgot as I was prepping the stream. I totally forgot what I needed to get ready was probably one of the funniest things I've ever uncovered on the internet. And you guys, I cannot wait to share it with you. So obviously, we got Ant-Man 3 is out as well. We're going to be talking about that. There's some stuff happening with that right now. A lot of people are like, the movie's mixed. I haven't seen it. I was going to go see it yesterday. Girlfriend got sick. And then I was going to go see it tonight. And again, I just wasn't able to get away. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can sneak out tomorrow midday to check it out. I'm hopeful. I want to see it. Again, I've heard good, I've heard bad, but I'm reserving all judgment until I'm able to watch it for myself. But guys, why don't we just dive into it? There's a lot to cover tonight, and I just wanted to give people a chance to kind of jump on in. It is, again, Friday, but we got ourselves a solid 40 folks watching. Do me a service. Do me a favor. Do me some love. We got 40 people, 9 likes. Let's clack that like button. Let's clack the ever-living crap out of that like button. You like it? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you want to bring that like button to orgasm. Just click it once, but gently. Caress it a little bit, but make sure it gets there. That's what you guys have to do. So there's that. This vid just started. I don't know what you're talking about. Video just started. We've been on for 4 minutes almost. That's how this stuff goes. You got to keep it moving. I did have it. I mean, it was a little late, whatever. Plus people, I think watching Max is doing a watch party right now for, I think, Picard. Dave, the film junkie, is live right now. People over there watching that and whatever. Plus, you don't lie. You know you're gonna like it. Don't lie. Don't lie. You know you're gonna like it. Besides, mostly that's for the replay crew. The people who want to come in for the replay and laugh their ass off in the replay. So, all right, why don't we dive into some of the stuff we got to get out of the way first, guys. My Bloody Valentine, Patio commentary. That's up right now anywhere you get your podcasts. Apple Podcasts, Google, Stitcher, Anchor, Spotify. Good episode, fun episode to record. That's up. And that one is actually doing okay download-wise. I was actually pretty surprised by that, considering it's a 40-some-year-old movie. But what I wanted to talk about, by the way, that's Patio commentary on YouTube.com as well. But one of the things I wanted to touch on, I did this the other day. I brought up the movie Megan. I did an episode on the movie Megan. And in this explained video, in this commentary track on this movie, I mentioned that there wasn't a lot of bite. It was kind of a fun but gutless horror, right? It needed to be R-rated. It needed to be violent. Well, it turns out, folks, our prayers have been answered. For those of you who are looking forward to a violent, Chucky-type movie, well, you're going to get it, because starting next week, Megan will be on digital February 24th and Blu-ray March 21st, complete as the complete with the uncut, unrated version of the movie. Now, I do not know what is in this unrated version of the movie, but I'll tell you this, whatever it is, it better be good, because they really have to find a way to expand on what that movie was. It was simple, but really what it's going to be remembered for is the violence. It's going to be remembered for the kills. It's going to be remembered for all of those things. So when I said, and Jason Blum, this is true. Jason Blum the other day on Twitter was like, go see the movie, get it to $100 million. And I'm just like, release the unrated version and I will. Because the PG-13 was not as good as it could have been. And then he listened. We already knew this movie was coming, but still, there you go. Command Unit here for 5, thank you. Brings up Warhammer Total War. All right, cinematic. Isn't that the one that just came out? But yeah, we'll take a look at that at the end there. Thank you, buddy. As always, I appreciate that. Rerum here says 20-second like. Hell yeah, Rerum. Thank you. Thank you. Reed here says, it seems like my theater is showing the Winnie the Pooh horror movie. You know, I was out doing deliveries tonight. And as a result of that, like I had some time to kill picking up a pizza from a place and next door was a movie theater. And I had my 5-year-old with me. So I took her over to the theater because she's never been in the lobby of a theater before. We haven't taken her to a movie yet because she just can't sit still for that amount of time. We're going to do Mario is going to be the first movie we take her to. But we walk on in and she loved it. Like there was an arcade. We played in the arcade for a little bit. But as I was looking to see what was playing, I saw that Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey was playing. And, you know, as much as I want to support that movie, and we'll probably do a bit more of a deeper dive into some of the controversy surrounding that here pretty soon. It just, I don't know if I want to see it in theaters. I think this is kind of where I'm at with it. I know that sounds kind of weird, but that's kind of where I am. But anyway, Spherical Commander says, horror movie dolls after Chucky are dumb. Horror movie dolls after Chucky are an interesting nut to crack. And the reason why is you have to have a reason, right? Because if you look at Chucky, serial killer, was it Charles Ray, right? That was his name. Ends up getting, he uses voodoo to transfer his body, his soul from his body into a good guy's doll. And then from there goes on an immortal murderous rampage, right? And he's been resurrected and killed now so many times. But the fact that Brad Dourif has played the role as long as he has been fantastic. But it's such an icon. It's such a thing. You know, they tried to look at Leprechaun, for example. Leprechaun is something I think is directly derived from something like Chucky, right? Some seemingly innocent thing that they took and that they turned into a murderous machine. Okay. So people are upset at like all of these. I saw someone today on Twitter crying about Winnie the Pooh. I'm so upset. Winnie the Pooh, not Pooh. I'm so upset that they're taking all of these beloved IPs and turning them into slasher movies. My God, you guys, won't someone think of our childhoods? And I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up, man. Like, look, this is in the public domain. Go make your own goddamn fucking story. If these beloved IPs are beloved to you, they're in the goddamn public domain. Take them. Run with them as you will. Don't violate the copyright of what previously came before it, but you can make your own thing. You want to tell a good story with Winnie the Pooh and Piglet and Tigger and all the characters of the 100-Acre Wood, by all means, go for it. If you want to tell a story about fucking, I don't know, like Bambi and Peter Pan and these other characters in the public domain, by all means, go for it. If you feel the need to take a copy of Mein Kampf, which is currently in the public domain after 70 years being owned and controlled by the German state of Bavaria, you can do that. I'm not recommending it. I am not endorsing that specific action. I'm merely pointing out, I am merely pointing out how utterly effing ridiculous it is to cry about this kind of shit. All right, because goddamn, you fuckers would not have survived in the 80s. Command Unit here for 5, thank you, says, I saw Quantumania. I have to say it's my favorite Marvel movie now. The hate it's getting is honestly unjustified. Well, sir, I'll see it tomorrow, and I'll let you know. We'll talk about it. We'll definitely talk about it. But thank you for that. I'll probably bring this back up when we get to the Quantumania talk, which is coming. I just wanted to start off by talking about Megan, but I also want to talk about something that I put together last night. A little fun thing. Those of you guys who know me, who follow the show, know that I dabble in the AI art generation. I am not an artist. I am really not an artist under any conceivable metric. However, I do like art. I do like thinking with my brain and being creative. And so one of the things that last night kind of popped into my head as I was laying in bed waiting for my children to fall asleep at about 2:30 in the morning, is I was remembering back in 2007, when I went to go see a play, a musical called Avenue Q. You guys might know this one. They have the songs, everyone's a little bit racist, it's true. Oh yeah, everyone's a little bit racist, even you. Q. Why can't we just all admit that we're all racist a little bit? Da-na-na-na-na-na. Anyway, I love that song. Also, the one you probably really know from Avenue Q is The Internet is for Porn, which was such a big thing back in 05, 06, right? That was a huge, massive thing. But I got free tickets to go see the Avenue Q, and it was in San Diego. A buddy of mine worked there at the Playhouse and got me tickets. And so I took a friend who hates musicals, right? He hates musicals. Took him to go see the movie or see the play. And he loved it. We both loved it. And afterward, we went to go get lunch at nearby, and we start talking about what we can do with puppets, what we can do with the concept of a puppet story, and what would be very interesting. We came up with this idea of like a zombie puppet movie. Very dumb, very cheeky, kind of in the vein of like, the original Gremlins, right? Dark, but meant to be somewhat satirical, somewhat dark humor, things like that. Haven't thought about this movie in forever. Haven't thought about this idea in a long time. So last night I just went onto Midjourney as I was laying in bed from my phone, and I'm just like, zombie Muppet. And this is some of the results that came up. The one on the right is a combination of a couple different prompts getting it to that. I think it's an amazing looking image. The one on the left is like that. The one on the right is one that I did in the vein of Mars Attacks. All right. Like in the vein of Mars Attacks. So that's the art style that it came up with. Okay. And Ralph Stubbleton here says an all puppet horror movie. It's not an all puppet horror movie, a zombie puppet movie. That's what it is. Zachary here says, oh dear Lord. What? No, it looks cool. So that's what that was one of the things I worked on last night, just having a little bit of fun messing around with AI. I'm still trying to figure out some prompts and stuff to make this kind of art, because for one, I love this kind of art. For me, this is amazing. So, some of my artist friends will definitely give me crap for this. Maybe a Dracula puppet with musical puppets. Oh, you mean like the ending of Forgetting Sarah Marshall? So, it's very much an idea that is something just to play with and whatnot there. All right, Command, I see your comment, your super chat. Thank you. I'm going to get to that when we get to the Ant-Man comments, so I can bring it up there. But thank you very much. All right, so yeah, anyway, that was just something I did. So, I don't know. I'm probably never going to do anything with it, but I thought it was pretty funny. Anyway, let's move on here. So this is the thing I delayed tonight for. This is what you guys got to see. This is what you guys are going to laugh your ass off at, because this is a story. Oh boy. Now we all remember our good pal, Skywalker the Jedi, right? We all remember Skywalker here, the man who decided to travel to Stone Quarry Productions wearing a black Superman suit, his little booties, middle of day in Los Angeles, looking like one of the most depressed motherfuckers I've ever seen in my entire life. I know he's trying to look proud. He's trying to look stoic. He's trying to look like he actually is here to benefit society. But in reality, remember, we zoomed in on this before, and it definitely shows depression. But there was something about this that I thought was interesting. There was something about this I thought was really off, a little bit different, a little bit weird, a little bit unsettling. And no, it wasn't what exactly Skywalker is wearing. No, not at all. What it is saying to me is the location. Where is Stone Quarry Productions located? Or I should say the Stone Quarry, right? That's the name of the company. Because that looks like some kind of downtown Los Angeles or some metropolitan city street. And if he's standing out there waiting to do that, trying to get Zach's attention, say anything style, he would definitely be at the right place, right? He would definitely 100% be at the right place. Well, just recently, or a while back, I should say, Zack Snyder posted an image of what Stone Quarry looks like. And I don't think the two match up. So this is Zach here, June 27th of last year, so not a full year ago. It says, big thanks to the awesome electric bike commute to the office from Super 73. Hashtag Stone Quarry. I don't know about you guys, right? I don't really know about you guys, but that doesn't look like that, right? That doesn't look like it's a reverse shot of that. I mean, that looks kind of Looks like they're two entirely different locations. Like they are two entirely different places. One of them appears to be, like this one right here, appears to be in what can only be described as a desert-like environment. A place with hills and a place with privacy, away from the bustling city streets that Skiwalker is located here. Again, guys, come on. He was at Stone Quarry Productions. He was 100% Stone Quarry Productions. No question about it. He did his research. He did his due diligence. He was 100% at Zack Snyder's production company. Except, no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't, because this is Stone Quarry. So where exactly was he? Well, in an alternate tweet over here, this is from actually just yesterday. He says, first they call you crazy. Then they fight you. Then all of a sudden you change the world. Okay. So again, it's him showing how proud he is, how amazed he is to do what he's doing, giving us a solid reverse shot of where he was before, which again, is not here. It's not here. It's here. But that got me thinking, where is there? What exactly is he doing? Where exactly is he? How did he end up at this location when clearly this is not the Stone Quarry? This is not Zack Snyder's production company. So I started doing a little bit of research, started looking into potentially the address of Stone Quarry. What could I find? What could it be? Where could it be at? There's got to be an address somewhere. It's a business. Well, I had heard from multiple people that Skiwalker was on his own channel and he was proudly talking about this moment, proudly talking about how he did this. And he was proudly talking about who provided the information, who gave him the address. Turns out it was Mikey Sutton who gave him the address, because Mikey, Mikey's got the in. Mikey's got the know. Mikey has the inside track. He's got his sources. He can track down Zack Snyder's business address. That's how powerful Mikey Sutton is. He can directly reach out to Zack Snyder to get this information. All right. Turns out Mikey did the same thing I did. Googled the Stone Quarry. Looking through a few pieces of information, looking through a few corporate websites, I came across two different addresses. One was in Culver City, and the other was in Santa Monica. Now, if you look at Zack Snyder's posts about Stone Quarry or just generally around that area, he generally tends to post from around the Pasadena area, which is located in the San Gabriel Valley. It's located in the 626 area code. It's not Los Angeles. In fact, if people live in Pasadena, claim to be in LA or be from LA, they're generally laughed at by people in LA. Now, I see here that Tony says $10 says it's Malibu. No, it's Pasadena. But we don't know the exact address, and I don't want to know the exact address. I just want to know where this location is. So looking at the documentation I found online, I came across an address down in Santa Monica. And I decided to put two and two together, right? To see if I could make it, if I could find this exact location. Oh yeah, look, here we go. 800 Century Park East, Los Angeles. Right? Exact same location. You can match it up by the doors, by the little stands in front of the door, by the little brown retaining wall, and of course the other wall on the other side. Skiwalker was not at Stone Quarry Productions. The address that he was given by Mikey Sutton, 1800 Century Park East, was to Zack Snyder's registered agent of the company, meaning the Stone Quarry is an LLC, a limited liability company. Most everyone in LA has one. Most everyone in business has one. It's just something good to have. But when you get an LLC, they ask you, do you want a registered agent? Who is the name of your registered agent? The reason why is because when you file that documentation will normally contain your address. Well, people create LLCs as a way to separate their business from themselves as well as giving themselves a little bit of privacy. So they pay for a registered agent to be the person whose name is on all the documentation, the address for which you can contact Stone Quarry. So Skywalker did not go to Zack Snyder's production company. He did not go to an office that Zack Snyder occupies. He did not go anywhere near Zack Snyder. He dressed up like Black Suit Superman, like he just bought it that day from Party City, or probably had it custom ordered through the internet, made his little 5th grade science fair diorama, complete with the chicken scratch print, took it down to, quite frankly, a law office where no one there would probably know anything about what this is, right? They would not know anything about what this is going on. So this is why I had to put all this together. This is 100% true. All right. Like this is such a bad fuck up, you guys. And it's not to say that, like, you know, again, he did it intentionally. It's just, this is what we're talking about. This is the people that we're up against. And it's not even really being up against. They're not up against anything. Like, these guys are just this continual L, continual L, continual L. That's it. It's just nonstop L's. But what's funny though about this is that this guy, he believes in this so much that he thinks that the pushback he's getting for going to the wrong place means that they're afraid of him. No, bro, you went to the wrong location. Something that you were given bad intel. You trusted your source. You ran with this. In one of the most legitimately embarrassing things I've ever seen on the internet. And I have fucking cried and been caught flagging people. All right. Like, this is even worse than that, in my opinion, because I can at least go, I'm an idiot. This motherfucker has to go, I'm a true believer, and I have to keep doubling down and doubling down and doubling down. And that's why it's so goddamn fucking funny. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you guys. Get a kick out of it. So anyway, Troy, dude, you've been coming in here for like days about Ant-Man 3. I haven't seen it yet, man. I don't even know what the F you're talking about. All right. I don't know if it's good, bad, or the other. Literally, I have no freaking idea. So stop it. Zachary says his source, cough, Mikey Sutton is a dumbass. Yeah, pretty much. And it's still really funny that Mikey was like the big pusher for like a lot of this Restore the Snyderverse crapper. Sell Netflix to Netflix, or sell Justice League to Netflix crap, and still never wrote about it on his website. And even today, and I didn't like do a whole write up on it, but even today, Sil Abdul is just, again, these guys, they're coping. You guys have like no idea how bad it is. Sil did a space today where he was talking about how Nexstar, the company that purchased CW from Warner Brothers Discovery, is paying a licensing fee of $40 million to Warner Brothers Discovery in order to license the next season of Superman and Lois. And he's all like, but they could do the Snyder movies for exactly the same amount of money. No, you couldn't. They're two different fucking things. Superman and Lois, like, look, for one, Superman and Lois, any of the Arrowverse shows, hell, any of the CW shows in general, didn't make their money being on CW. Those shows did not make money being on that network. That network was a money sink for Warner Brothers for years. They make their money through streaming on Netflix, because Netflix pays the licensing rights to stream them over there after they've been broadcast, and on home video sales. So that $40 million is definitely not going to be a thing, because then Sil goes, well, I could see it being as low as 40 million and as high as 700 million. Motherfucker, do you have any idea? Like, just the discrepancy between 40 million and $700 million. This is how bad the cope is. Like, how bad it is overall. Like, they know that the sell Snyder cut to the fucking Netflix shit was bunk. It didn't move the needle. No one talked about it. It was suppressed by Twitter. It was just echo chambered and repeated and spammed. And they think that's a win. Like, I don't get it. Like, no one talked about it. No one saw it. It was only trending for you and your circles of stuff you show interest in, because the circular nature of the algorithm is exactly how these platforms operate. It just creates that feedback loop. And that's all it is. It's just cognitive dissonance and a feedback loop. But these guys think that they fucking did something. And so they're just doubling down on it, which is why it's so fucking funny. Yeah, I agree with Tony here. So copium is a hell of a drug. It is. Shokunir says, I know the Stone Corey thing is cringe, but you give him a break. Why? No, he's proud of this. He's proud. This is what he posted yesterday. First they call you crazy, then they fight you, then all of a sudden you change the world. And I'm like, dude, bro, you went to the wrong place. So if you're changing that world, it's going to take you a little bit of time to get there. But let's move on. That's fine. We laughed at that one, right? So here's what we found out today. Disney, under the new running of the company by Bob Iger, has already started some of the cost cutting measures. And we're going to see probably a fair amount more of this as time goes on. We've got Discussing Film here claiming that The Mighty Ducks The Game Changers has been canceled by Disney after 2 seasons, which makes a lot of sense considering the fact that Emilio Estevez was all like, wait a minute, I don't want to go where there's COVID protocol, and to make sure that people are protected, I'm going to quit the show. To which case they, replaced him with Josh Duhamel, who I heard did a pretty good job. But I think that if Emilio Estevez had stuck around and actually thought about other people and everything else during a pandemic when that whole thing was raging and over 1 million Americans were dying, hey, whatever, he wouldn't have quit the show. But at least he quit, unlike Gina Carano, who was fired by not having her contract renewed, and then, has gone on to cry about it nearly nonstop since then. So that's pretty funny. But anyway, that part does suck that show was canceled. Also, the show, what was it? It was another show where John Stamos, like The Big Shot, whatever it was a basketball show. I don't quite know. So there's that. But anyway, we have those to worry about there. Command Unit and Todd, I see your guys'. Thank you very much, by the way, for your super chats about Ant-Man. When I get to Ant-Man, which we will get to here very quickly, then we will definitely get to that. All right. But in the meantime, thank you guys very much, because moving on, we also found out that Warner Brothers Discovery canceled Judge Mathis and The People's Court to end with seasons 24 and 26. Look, you want to cancel Judge Mathis? I don't fucking care. But The People's Court? The People's Court? Man, I grew up watching The People's Court. That sucks. That really sucks, but I get it. I get it. One of the reasons why these shows are probably getting canceled is because they're not making as much money as Judge Judy. Judge Judy makes what, $50 million a year, somewhere in there? That's pretty crazy that they're canceling these shows. These shows cost literally nothing to make. All things considered, it's just nothing to make, right? You have your plaintiffs come in. This is effectively just small claims court, right? The maximum payout is $5,000. They fly in the people. The people get to stay at a nice hotel. They go on in, they put on the show, right? That takes an hour to do, maybe. The judge rules on it. They go into the next case and move on to the next. That's it. It's such an easy thing. The show has very little overhead. And these shows are popular. But then again, as the daytime market, as cable starts to kind of die and people stop watching, where do these shows go? And that is an issue. That is an issue, but it still sucks nonetheless. It's absolutely, it's crazy that the shows are kind of ending, right? Blessing here says, me and my grandmother watched Judge Mathis. Yeah, man. I watched Unsolved Mysteries with my mom all the time. So when that show got, I love that show. I still watch repeats of that show. But if the new one they brought back is not very good because it doesn't have the soul of the original, which totally sucks balls. Oh yeah, one of the things I did want to touch upon, and let me bring this up. We'll get to that. We'll get to that a little bit later because there's a little bit more drama brewing over on the pro Snyder side of things that I forgot about, but we'll get to that here. Moving on, what we found out yesterday actually is that Hellboy has a new movie in the works. And no, it is not. It is not fucking Hellboy 3. Nor is it Hellboy 2 with David Harbour. Here's what we know. So a new live-action Hellboy is in the works. The project is said to be a complete reboot of the franchise and will not be connected to the previous Hellboy films directed by Guillermo del Toro and the more recent reboot directed by Neil Marshall. The article says that the project is still in the early stages of development and no casting or directorial choices have been announced yet. It also says that the new film will be more faithful to the comics and will have a darker and more horror-driven tone than previous adaptations, and that the project is being produced by Millennium Media and distributed by Lionsgate. Now, that sucks for a couple of reasons, right? Like, a couple of reasons why that sucks. For one, look, Guillermo and Ron Perlman and Doug Jones, they would love to give us a Hellboy 3. Selma Blair has got MS and she is unable to act, and that part is terrible. So, and I don't know if I'd want to see her recast, but it has been, folks, 19 years. We're not quite there yet. But it has been 15 years almost since the release of Hellboy: The Golden Army. 15 years. It's been almost that time. So it's something we have to think about when it ends up, when we start talking about the legacy of this shit. Now, do I think they should do it animated? Yeah, I do. I really do. I think they should do it animated, have Guillermo direct the animated movie. They've done some animated stuff before. I think a couple animated films with Ron Perlman and Doug Jones coming back. Just give it to us animated, right? Just give it to us animated. That would be fantastic. The 2019 movie with David Harbour as Hellboy, I thought was actually quite good. I thought it was fun. I thought it was violent. I thought it was irreverent where it needed to be. I had a blast watching it. I have spoken highly of it now for coming up on 4 years. And I even own the goddamn thing in 4K. Proudly own it on 4K. So this will be the third reboot of this franchise in nearly 20 years. By the time this comes out, it won't even be until probably 2025. But it did originally premiere April of 2004. And that's where we are with this now. 2004. I just hope they get it right. So I don't know what they're going to do with it. But that, of course, is just a little bit on the, I don't know. I mean, I'm excited for more, but obviously, who knows what's going to happen with that. So let's talk about this year. Oh, my slides got out of order. My bad. Also, I took the wrong screenshot here. Also, my bad. But apparently, the Disney's Haunted Mansion movie is now moving, I believe, from Disney Plus over to theaters. It will be July 28th, so the end of July, which is an interesting time. And it's got a good cast of characters. I think Owen Wilson, Rosario Dawson, Lakeith Stanfield, Jared Leto. I'm probably missing a couple in there. But we'll have to see what they do with this. I'm very curious to see how this whole thing plays out. But there we have it. Obviously, it's from the director of the Crank movies. Wait, hold on. What? Wait, who's directing this? I haven't even looked, man. Hold on here. I haven't even looked. It's from the writer of Ghostbusters 2016. And it's got Justin Simien is the director. What did he do? He directed Dear White People. So I don't know what you're talking about with the Crank movies. So, another Haunted Mansion movie. Absolutely. They should have put it on Halloween. Haunted Mansion. Yeah, I know, right? I know. They should have put it on Halloween. Why the hell? Why in God's name are they releasing it, a Haunted Mansion movie, a Halloween movie, effectively, in July? I fully expect this release date to change. But at the same time, given what else they changed up today, it kind of makes some sense. Because we found out today that The Marvels is moving all the way back to November 10th in theaters. Right. And that is around the same week that Black Panther Wakanda Forever opened up. Obviously, we've got Ant-Man opening up this weekend. We've got Guardians 3 opening up in May. And now they're moving The Marvels back to November 10th. They're going to capitalize on that big that big weekend back then. They know what kind of money they're going to be able to make in the fall. And again, they're getting out of the way of everything coming out this summer. Indiana Jones, The Flash, Transformers. There's some big movies coming out this summer, and they don't want this movie to get kind of lost in the shuffle. Now, the interesting thing when it comes to the Marvels is going to be whether or not it can capture that same, I don't know if I want to say magic, but if it can capture the same magic that the first one had. Not to say that I thought the movie was any good. It made $1 billion though. Like, does it deserve to make $1 billion? Oh, probably not. Is this one going to make $1 billion? I don't know. Brie Larson definitely won't be the draw, I don't believe. But the other characters might be. Who knows? We have to see a good trailer and see what happens and see how the marketing goes. But I almost feel like, look, if I'm being honest, like the first Black Panther came out during Black History Month. Why this movie didn't drop in March for Women's History Month doesn't make any sense to me, right? Doesn't make any sense to me to not have this movie drop in March, you know? Like but I mean, then again, like Ant-Man 3 kicks off phase 5, but they could have also put Ant-Man 3 out in the summer like the other two Ant-Man movies have. Both of them released, I think, July 2015 and 2019 or 2018, you know? And so they could have had that go out there because, you know, Guardians can have its post-credit shit recut, moved around and whatever. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is, but we have to wait all the way to November now to see this movie. I don't know personally anyone who's going to lose any sleep over this. I just hope that it's good. Ralph Subbletitzer says, expect 1,000 videos on this movie. Oh, dude. Yeah. That's the thing too. Here's, I'll tell you this though, from that perspective, here's why I hate that. October, like September through the end of the year is prime ad revenue time on YouTube. Prime ad revenue time on YouTube. This movie dropping in the middle of that is going to be like a gold mine for those chuds. Literally a gold mine for those chuds. So that part sucks. Because it's just going to be inundated, nothing but like, you know, oh, look at the woke Marvels movie. It's out there. It's got women with their titties and their vaginas, probably not shaven, just flea-infested, lice-ridden muff burgers out there. Not that I like that sort of thing, because, you know, I'm just a critical drinking type guy, right? But I like to talk about the vagine and how I've never seen it before. So in my eyes, it looks like a lobster claw. Not that it's a delicate flower, but it's a rough piece of fucking shellfish. It's a crustacean of the human body. That's basically like what it is. That's how he's going to that's how they're going to run about that shit. Blue and Gold Throg, thank you for $2. Appreciate the super chat, buddy. Appreciate that. It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. The original date was in July, I think, right? Mecha Random is going to make 24 videos on Brie Larson again. Yeah, dude. Again, this is this is a shitty thing, right? This is the fucking shitty thing. It's like all those guys are just going to make nothing but videos on this crap. And it just turns it into this like literal, like fucking nightmare of bullshit, right? Like this literal nightmare of bullshit. Cause you're just like, great, now we have to deal with it again. And that might be one of the reasons why, you know, to some extent, people are kind of like tuning out of this shit, because it's hard to sit there and argue with like millions upon millions of views that come in as a result of this kind of content. And yet you've got like a lot of, you know, people who pay attention to it, right? Again, non-internet friends of mine have repeated this fucking nonsense to me. And it really makes it hard to continue that fight. It really does. Like, it does drain on me to dive into it, which is why I don't do it very often. I mean, I do it on the, you know, I mean, I do it on the Snyder fans. That's the thing. That's the thing. But all right, here, let's move on to talk about the big one, of course. And this is Ant-Man 3 Quantumania, currently sitting 48% on Rotten Tomatoes, but an 84% fucking audience score, which is really weird because its cinema score is a B. Its cinema score is a B. Like, that caught me by surprise. It really, really, really caught me by surprise that it got this score. You know, usually horror movies get a B. Marvel movies normally don't get a B, right? Maybe, you know, what did Eternals get? Hold on here. Eternals, cinema score. What did it get? It earned the worst cinema score Jesus. Okay, what did it get here? It got a B, right? But Ant-Man and the Wasp got an A minus. All right, Ant-Man got an A. So, I mean, that's the craziest thing right there is just like, holy shit. Like, what the hell is going on here? I have no freaking idea. Ralph's Double Tits here says, I guess Guardians is a real start for Phase 5. I mean, with the, look, the audience on Rotten Tomatoes seems to like it. That's the verified score. The cinema score is who gets caught right out of the gate. But look, according to Deadline here, they say Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania supersizing to $100 million 3-day box office result. Now, it's going to probably pull in more than 100. I mean, I've seen some estimates saying like 125 million, right? Now, Blargan here says you can't find positive audience convoys anywhere for this thing. Even the most positive MCU echo chambers seem to be negative right now. I'm shocked. It feels like pent-up grievances airing out all at once, which is entirely possible. Entirely possible here. Now, Command Unit here says another Speed Racer situation. That. Now I'm gonna get your other supers here in a second, Command Unit. So don't think I forgot. But that's a really, really, really interesting thing to say. All right. Like, that's a really, really, really interesting approach to that. So for those of you who don't know what he's talking about, it was the second week of May 2008. So literally almost 15 years ago. After Iron Man came out in theaters and just blew up. It just blew up in the first week of May. The opening of summer, so to speak. The follow-up film was Warner Brothers released the Wachowski siblings directed Speed Racer, starring Emil, like I can't remember his name right now, right? But like that movie kind of came and it went, and it just confused people. It just did. Like people, I don't know what to make of this movie. It's like way too Japanesey for a lot of people. Because you guys got to remember, back in 2008, manga and anime were not mainstream like they are right now. I think if Speed Racer came out right now, it would do pretty well. I think if Warner's was to re-release Speed Racer in theaters for its 15th anniversary, it would actually probably find an audience. Because I'll tell you guys this, it is one of the most beautiful movies I've ever seen. I utterly adore Speed Racer. I do. I love that damn movie. It is amazing. I watched it when it came out. I rented it on Blu-ray when I didn't even own a Blu-ray player, but my family had gotten one and I went out and I rented it on Blu-ray. I do own it on Blu-ray. I need to find the 4K if they have it. It is amazing. I love that goddamn movie. Christina Ricci, John Goodman, Matthew Fox. I mean, the movie is so well done. It's so much fun and it's so wild. It just missed audiences at that time. And it wasn't the only movie that month to do that. Because the week after Speed Racer came out was Prince fucking Caspian. No, the week after it wasn't Prince Caspian. The week after was, I think, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. And then after that was Prince Caspian. Or maybe I'm mixing the two of them up. But that was the 4 releases for that month. And Prince Caspian, the follow-up to The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, releasing clearly a winter epic in May, didn't do very well. It was long. It was good, but it was long. And then Indiana Jones was Indiana Jones, and that movie did very, very, very well. But, it had some interesting responses from the audience. But Peach Mango Pirates just came out too early. It absolutely agreed. Blargan here says, Speed Racer being nothing but CGI flash, yet being visually gorgeous is so weird when you see movies like Quantumania that look like an awful volume mess. Well, the problem, though, again, the biggest problem with the volume is the people who don't know how to utilize it. And I think the biggest thing, when you look at the way that Mandalorian has done that, it's done it in a way that feels like it's part of it, right? It's been used with that. They have a good cinematographer. Greg Fraser, working on the first season, really understood it because he helped build it. And then you have people and then he also went and used that same eye when using it for the Batman. And again, I only knew of one shot before seeing the Batman that was shot on the volume, and they used other stuff I had no idea. So it's all about how you utilize it. And the problem, though, is that what we are right now is that everything comes across as let's just shoot in the volume and then fill it with everything else rather than take the time to establish the reality of what's there as well. I'd love to see what the Russo brothers do with the volume. I really would. but it is going to be a learning experience, and you got to give it a little bit of time. But yeah, I agree. Anyway, okay, Command Unit here, thank you, says Quantumania is high sci-fi. And as a biology nerd, I enjoyed the many references it made. I could understand how random it could feel for normies. And that's an interesting way of looking at it, because I haven't heard how a lot of that, like, it plays out yet. Because I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know what's in it. All right, so there's that. But now I'm actually kind of curious when I go see it, if I can go see it tomorrow, exactly what you're talking about. Geeks here says, did Dark Knight come out in 2008 as well? Yes, it did. That came out in July 2008. So that's coming up on 15 years. We actually just hit 15 years since Heath Ledger died, as sad as that is. Okay, so going back to Command Unit here, so I'm just going to kind of reiterate one of the things he said. He says, watch Quantumania. I have to say it's my favorite Marvel movie now. The hate it's getting is honestly unjustified. Now, he did mention just before the whole concept with him being a biology nerd and how that might tie into this. So now we can get a better viewpoint of why Command Unit likes it. So that's a good way of looking at it. Additionally, Command Unit here for another 5, thank you, says the main negative points I see from the many reviews is that Quantumania is a bit random and some points are disliked the way that they happened. Now, I personally have yet to actually read any review of Quantumania. I don't read reviews before I go see movies. I just don't. I like to go in fresh. I don't watch reviews until I see a movie because I don't want to know what anyone else thinks until I can see it and formulate my own opinion. And that's just me. That's how I view it, though. I've even got to the point now where I've been trying to avoid trailers. I haven't watched the last John Wick trailer. I've just been kind of avoiding certain trailers, like anything past the first trailer for Cocaine Bear. Haven't seen it. They released a new clip tonight. Haven't seen it. I just don't want to. I just want to go in and get it and be happy with what I see. Also, Command Unit here says, thank you very much. Says, not being spoilery, there's also some culture warriors that hate Quantumania for being woke. I would say it's tasteful and fun woke, that it's enjoyable. I don't know what that means. What exactly is tasteful and fun woke? Don't post it here just because I don't know what's going on with it. So I don't want to dive into it too much for people who haven't seen the movie yet. But the culture warriors hate everything. We know this. We know that they hate everything. We know that they absolutely despise everything. They're disgusted by everything. It's just kind of crazy how bad it is. You know, it's just, it's nuts how they wanted us to attack everything and destroy what they can, because they know that's the only way they're ever going to be relevant. Now, finally here he says, Command Unit says here, overall Quantumania was a wild ride. I was surprised by how much it did in 2 hours. Loved it. 10 out of 10. Peak Marvel sci-fi with a surprise ending. Well, that's a high endorsement. That's a very high endorsement. So considering the fact that Blargan had said that, even havens of MCU conversation aren't really talking about this movie in a positive. Now, Todd here for 20. Thank you so much, Todd. Again, because of the subject, just wanted to wait to get to it. Thank you again. Big supporter of the channel. Thank you, buddy, very much. You've been very helpful this month. Jarbo, a lot of people are saying Ant-Man 3 was not good. I don't know if you saw it, but the movie was pretty good. Not the best of the MCU, but still better than 98% of DC movies. I mean, it's Ant-Man, the movie's serviceable regardless of how you want to view it, right? The movie's going to be serviceable on any front. It's Paul Rudd being Ant-Man. It's again, all of the Ant-Man movies, with the exception of maybe the first one, and you can even argue the first one based upon how this one played out, are kind of vehicles for other elements of the MCU, So that's basically what it is. It was just the first Ant-Man was a vehicle to introduce Scott Lang, so he could pop up in, Civil War the next year. Right. And then after that, we ended up getting, Ant-Man and the Wasp, which served up as a lead in to Infinity War or to Endgame. And I'll say this to you guys, what they should have done, my honest fucking opinion, would have been put Captain Marvel in the summer of 2019 or 2018 and released Ant-Man and the Wasp as the Slingshot movie into Endgame. Considering how it ended with the quantum realm shit, that would have been better than, a better way of approaching it than not, because it would have ended with that, oh shit, and then it would have gone right back into then a couple months later, now we would be right back with that stuff. And I think the audience would have flocked to that a lot more. It really would have. I think they really would have with that. But man, I don't know. I want to see it. I'm hoping it's good. I haven't disliked a Marvel movie yet. So I gotta get to it there. All right, what we got here is Fiverr from H Barts. What's up, H Barts? He says here, I'm feeling franchise burnout, having been having fun with stuff like The Last of Us. And I'm kind of with you on that. It's not that I dislike any of this shit. It's just that like my excitement levels have kind of like gone down. And it's because how do I say it? It's because of a multitude of factors, right? It is having kids. It is having a job or two jobs, however you want to look at what I do, this and driving. It's the time getting away. That's getting, I don't have as much time to do that as I would like. And so it's like, okay, plus I also know that like this stuff is just, there's more of it coming down the pipeline. So I don't feel like there's this like sense of emergency. Like there's like no sense of FOMO. That's the biggest problem. And actually we're going to talk about that here in a second, because there was an article on Slash Film that kind of brings that up, but thank you very much for that. Also, H Barts here says, Avatar 2 changed how I enjoy blockbusters now. I mean, Avatar 2, buddy. Here's the funny thing. My dad calls me. I talked to my dad yesterday, and my dad's like, he's like, hey, because I'd asked him if we went and saw Avatar opening day, and I asked him if he wanted to go back to Cinemark to go see it again, to go to the Cinemark XD. And I was like, but we have until like the 16th or whatever of February, because that's when Ant-Man comes out and Ant-Man's going to take its place. And he's like, okay. So I talked to him yesterday on the 16th, and he's all like, hey, so was Avatar still playing at that theater you took me to? And I'm like, yeah, but not in that theater. Oh, well, what are you doing like early next week? Do you want to go see Avatar again? So he wants to go see it again before it leaves theaters. And I'm like, yeah, so we're probably going to go see it again in the next week. But that's just a fun thing to do with my dad, because both my dad and I really like Avatar. But of course, he says this to me. I have it on speakerphone. My 5-year-old, who really likes Avatar. She loves Avatar. She's like, I want to go see it. I'm like, you're not going to sit through 3 hours and 10 minutes. I'm sorry, kid. Like, I love you. You're the apple of my eye. You're my daughter. You're amazing. But there's no effing way in hell I'm taking you to go see a 3-hour movie for your first time going to the theater. We're going to the 1 hour and 32-minute Mario movie, because that's going to be so fast paced that you're going to be glued to the screen. That's what's going to happen. Anyway, but yes, Avatar 2 is good. Thank you very much. And then Command Unit here says it's definitely the most political Marvel movie. What? That's kind of crazy. I have no idea how that's going to be considered how political, but I like politics. So there's that. Ralph Double Tits here says, I think everyone is agreeing that MODOK is like the worst part of the movie. I'm excited for MODOK because I want to see what they do with it. Spherical Man here says, Matt suffering from ED excitement depletion. I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it is hard to watch something like Avatar and then go in to watch anything else. You know what I mean? Like James Cameron just elevated that bar so much. He just he kneecapped Disney, and it was coming in through Disney. But anyway, that's funny. All right. So Ryan here says Marvel kind of reached its peak and is desperately trying to find other avenues to explore. Well, I mentioned this the other day. As the interesting element of it is that the whole thing with Marvel is that they are, very much trying to figure out the best way to grow, but still like maintain the same level of quality. Scott Derrickson actually tweeted out, I think today, that you can't sacrifice quality for ambition. Now, a lot of people out there are very much reading that tweet and going, oh yeah, no, he's absolutely talking about fucking Kevin Feige. He's 100% talking about Kevin Feige. And I don't think Kevin Feige has got that layer of ambition. Maybe it's the way he's been able to carry himself. Maybe it's the way he's been able to, keep that air about him where he's like Teflon Don. He's like, just keep moving forward. Just keep moving forward. Take the highs and the lows. It's more highs than lows. We hold the top spot of a bunch of movies. We held a lot of records. Our movies in 10 years, 12 years, whatever. Now 15 years this year. We'll have absolutely grossed, almost like $30 billion. Like we've done really well. And they're not wrong on any of that. He's not wrong on any facet of that. But yeah, it's like they kind of rapidly expanded into television, which I think did hurt them. And that's what we're going to talk about here in a quick sec with this article. Command Unit here for 2, thank you, says, I enjoyed MODOK. I felt it was a good twist. I kind of wish they would have taken MODOK out of the trailer, to be fair. Part of that is because like I don't want to know. I have questions about Loki and how that might tie in simply because of what we saw in Loki and how like it kind of ties into this MODOK, I guess. I don't quite know. Fandom NSL here says the Marvel post Endgame is starting to look like the Chicago Bulls post Michael Jordan. Okay. Like, let's not go that far. All right. Let's not go that far. Marvel is still more hit than miss. Let's be fair. Okay. They're still more hit than miss, but they also have this like massive reputation to uphold now. Right? Think about it. I don't want to say it's like imposter syndrome, but it's like they don't have any competition. They don't have any competition. Even if James Gunn gets a DC on track to start nipping at Marvel's heels, it is still a decade away from having a sizable fucking impact. Let's be fair. Let's be real. It is a decade or more away. And that is provided no setbacks. Win after win after win, 10 out of 10 out of 10, constant to put the fear of failure in Feige's eyes. That thought in his head, which he doesn't have to ever think that way. He literally will go down in history as the top producer of all time. It doesn't matter what comes next. He did it first. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem, is that he doesn't have anywhere left to challenge him on this front. Maybe that's the issue. Tackling television, that's a challenge, but it's more of the same, just elongated. You know, it is. These are stories meant to kind of set up the MCU and push it outward. It's kind of thing. Let's see. Command Unit here says, do a poll on who liked Quantumania or not. I don't know. I mean, like, sure. I don't know how many people who actually saw it. Reed here says, RJ got his question answered from Paul Rudd and Jonathan Majors. I did hear about that today. That was pretty good. Nerdy Mastermind here says, I disagree. Great movies, great TV shows. DC can win. Only if it's functional and only if it's connected. And that again brings in the problem. I've been talking about this, and for some reason, like, a lot of people want to disagree with me on this, but I'm not wrong. In any conceivable way, I'm not wrong. For DC to beat Marvel, they have to, like, we're talking we're talking super soldier levels of just competence coming out of the gate. Everything has to hit. Everything has to spark. Everything has to fly. We got to have game changer after game changer after game changer that is consistent, coherent, contains a lot of quality, and is comprehensive. And it has to go television, movies, gaming, animation. Everything has to be connected. Elseworlds cannot exist. And that is what I keep trying to reiterate to people. Elseworlds simply cannot exist. It has to be killed when it's past these iterations. And it will be. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. They're not expanding Elseworlds. It's stupid. It's ridiculously dumb to do that because it takes the eye off the ball. And I know there's going to be the pushback, but what if they have a really good story? Then find a way to fucking incorporate it. Find a way to integrate it. Find a way to make it work. The part of being a creative is when you need to put a square peg in a round hole, you figure out how the fuck to do it. That is what you do as a creative. You figure it out. Or you find someone who can. But when we're talking about the sheer idea of where the box office is going to go in the next 10 years or so, what's going to be happening, where things are changing, they have no other choice but to go full steam ahead at 180,000 miles per hour. They have to be an unstoppable force that smashes through every immovable object in their way without failure or derailment. And I don't know if that's absolutely possible. I don't know if that's absolutely possible. There's all that. That's literally what it is. Right? Let's see here. Given okay, I don't know, Jarbo, a few more Rotten Tomatoes and Marvels might go into panic mode. No, they don't care about Rotten Tomatoes. You guys don't understand this. They don't care about Rotten Tomatoes. Rotten Tomatoes is a marketing tactic. It is a marketing tactic. They care about the $100+ million opening weekend. They care about Ant-Man 3 outperforming Ant-Man 1 and Ant-Man 2 internationally. They care all of those things. That's what they care about. They do not care about Rotten Tomatoes. I know people out there have trouble with that. Like, it's not a dig at anybody. But like for some fucking, reason, that ends up being a thing. Hold on. I'm going to ask this here. Quantum. Okay, there. All right. I'm asking the chat right there. We'll give it a go for a few minutes. There's 85 of you guys here. Yeah, Rotten Tomatoes has nothing against Marvel. It's not. No, it doesn't matter. Like, and again, Marvel knows that these critics don't mean shit. I brought this up the other night, right? We looked at it and we looked at Perry fucking Nemiroff, right? Perry Nemiroff is a top critic over there at fucking Rotten Tomatoes. Do any one of you, and this is no offense to Perry Nemiroff, but do any one of you give a holy fuck about Perry Nemiroff? No, you don't. You don't care about her. You don't care about Grace Randolph. You don't care about John Campea. You may want to know their opinions, but at the end of the day, they're not going to influence you. I'm not going to influence you. We can have a fun conversation about it. We can debate over the issues, but I'm a hard-headed, stubborn asshole at times. So if we disagree, I don't think that I'm going to be able to persuade you. My only goal with talking about this is to understand people from the business perspective and why things are not going to happen the way that some people want because of that. Look at the whole Cell Snyderverse to Netflix shit. It is financially, feasibly impossible for that shit to happen. Anyway, so there's that. Let's see. Wandy here says the MCU's last 4 movies are all in the 6 ratings on IMDb. Yeah, phase 4 definitely was a reset phase, and some stuff was good, some stuff was bad. They had to deal with a lot of the pandemic stuff. It threw everything in the lurch. And it looks like now they're going to take a little bit of time to kind of get shit back on track, which is good. Let them do it. Let them do it. It looks like No is currently in the lead, but we got 19 votes. 47 to 53. No in the lead, folks. 19 votes. 86 of you guys here watching. But again, not everyone has seen it yet. So there's definitely that. I think a lot of people are really going to want to see, look, if Marvel starts doing these special presentations, all right, that's going to be like where I think the big draw is. You have to make Marvel special again. 6-episode TV shows that are meant to be long movies that don't really feel like long movies. That's not what's going to make them special. Only having a couple of them a year in order to let it all kind of play out. Yeah. And I'll fully admit, I thought the market can handle it. I'm like, dude, a new Marvel show like every quarter? Hell yeah. A new Star Wars show every quarter? Hell yeah. No. I'll admit, I was wrong. I said the same thing years ago. I'm like, when it came to like Assassin's Creed, this is before the yearly releases. I looked at my buddy, I'm like, why don't they just take the same assets that they made for like Assassin's Creed 2 and like do another Assassin's Creed game for like the next year? Just reuse the same assets. Like, no one's going to care if it's good, And he's like, yeah, they could do that. And then they started fucking doing that. I'm like, oh shit, like, all right, I could see it. I could see the business side of it, figuring out the best way to capitalize on everything. Because the problem with entertainment, the problem with media is you have to think of it like it's a forest fire, right? Like the consumers are the fire. And they want to be fed. They want to be fed till they're fucking fat and happy. But the problem with that, though, is that there's a lot of overeating. And a lot of more shit gets burned because people just, you have to keep putting it out there. And these companies are now, this is why the golden age of streaming is probably coming to a bit of an end. And there's going to be a slowdown in some ways, simply because it's just they need to regain some capital and figure out their plans for going forward. Because eventually the awesomeness that is streaming is just going to turn into fucking cable. That's where it is. I'm not going to play the Grace Randolph drop. Wait, what a Grace... Hold on, Dram here says, what, did I make a content about Grace? I said, you don't care about what Grace Randolph says. That's all I said. I'm not whining about Grace Randolph. Jesus. I'm not jealous of, dude, like, okay. Here's the thing, dude. I'll say, like, no, just shut the fuck up. Like, what the fuck, man? No, it's not at all what I'm saying. And, I flat out even reiterated that after the fact. Like, don't listen to me either. My God. Anyway, so here's the article I wanted to talk about. This is what was brought up from Slash Film. I'm just going to kind of go over the highlights of the article here. So basically, this is what it says. It's like the growing saturation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and its impact on the film industry. The author of this piece argues that there are simply too many Marvel movies and TV shows being produced, leading to oversaturation and fatigue among audiences. The article does go on to say that just in 2021 alone, there were at least 10 MCU projects released, including movies, TV shows, and animated series. That level of output is unsustainable, and it risks diluting the quality of the content. Now, the big issue with that, just kind of right off the bat, is a lot of that stuff, at least half of that shit, was supposed to come out in 2020, but everything shut down because of the pandemic. The big reason why they pushed it to 2021, and they pushed out as much of it as they did, has everything to do with keeping on track for all the pieces that they have in production that are coming down the pipeline. This is a content production machine. You know what I mean? Like their pieces and parts are moving and moving and moving and moving all the time. If one thing throws a wrench in that, it can really off-put everything. So like, I get why the 2021 reference makes a lot of sense because it's true. But at the same time, yeah, it's like we need to realize exactly what was going on and remember what was going on. Now, the author does eventually go on to suggest that the sheer volume of Marvel content is making it difficult for other films and TV shows to compete as studios prioritize franchises over original concepts. And they suggest that this trend is harmful to the film industry and may ultimately lead to creative stagnation. And we've talked about that. HBarts was saying how he's got franchise fatigue. I saw Ryan Hartwell say he tapped out after Endgame. I myself have been having trouble getting into this in the way that's like, as I used to get into this and stuff. You know, I used to be like, again, like I'm a big kind of first day, first show kind of guy or midnight kind of guy. I didn't go see it yesterday. I didn't go see it today. I'm like 2 days late on a Marvel movie, and that's rare for me, you know. Now, it does go on to say here that the author also acknowledges that the success of the MCU has had a positive impact on the industry, noting that it has encouraged other studios to invest in franchises and has led to the creation of many jobs. However, this also goes on to argue that the success is coming at a cost and that the industry needs to find a balance between blockbuster franchises and smaller, more original projects. In conclusion, the article argues that while the MCU has been a massive success, the industry needs to take a step back and consider the long-term effects of oversaturation. Then also the author finalizes it here by saying that audiences are starting to feel fatigued by the constant barrage of Marvel content and that the studios need to be more selective with their output. Now, here's the thing. They're totally right. They're totally right with all this shit, right? They're right. They're right. That article is correct. This article is ultimately correct, but it's not just Marvel. It is not just Marvel. We also have to, let's say, look at Netflix. Okay. And that's a big factor with this shit because Netflix right now is in that same exact fucking space. It's in that same exact space where they are 100% in the position where they are like, yeah, we're putting out so much content that we can't keep up with it all. And here's the thing, guys, they simply can't. They simply cannot keep up with all of it. They want to try, they want to make it out like they can, all that kind of stuff, but they simply cannot keep up with it. They pump out so much content that it's gotten to the point of where their media center, because I have access to their media center doesn't even have like information anymore. It's like, yeah, we got this movie coming, whatever. And they put it out and they hope that the people find it without any real kind of marketing unless the show does really well. You know, your Stranger Things, your Squid Games, your Money Heist, your Bridgertons, things along lines like Wednesday, things like that. But otherwise, it just ends up getting, it's too much. And a lot of us who cover this stuff, we talk about this stuff. The reason why we spend so much time talking about the Marvel and the DC and the Star Wars and the franchises is because a lot of times that's all anyone really fucking knows about. You know, if I talk about like a smaller movie that I want to see, like you guys may not never hear about it, right? But it's also, it doesn't bring in more people. That ends up being the bigger problem. And even if you look at people like John Campea or Grace Randolph, and again, this is not a jealousy factor. I'm merely talking about using their platform, which in John Campea's case is 10 times the size of mine. And in Grace Randolph's case is literally like 30 times the size of mine. They don't talk about these smaller movies. They talk about what's trending. They talk about DC, Marvel, Star Wars. They talk about television shows that are on like Picard and fucking The Last of Us and Game of Thrones or whatever. They don't talk about the smaller shows unless those shows start getting bigger and then make it financially viable for them. They as a curator, because they are an influencer, a curator, they have the opportunity to push these things out there. They really do. But they don't, because it's not financially viable. And that therein lies the problem. How do you make this shit financially viable if you are not one of the top dogs? And when you're the top dog and you're looking down at everybody else and you realize that you've got to maintain that, all your money is going to go into that. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy is all it is. X2O Games here says MCU needs a reboot. They don't need a reboot. They just need to recalibrate. There's that. Campea here says that the MCU lost its magic. Yeah, but Campea's also like, I've taken my name off of the list at Disney. He got blackballed and he's fucking bitchy. Jess here says, that's why we try to influence you in anime. I mean, like, I'm like so fucking apprehensive to anime. Although I talked to Taylor. Taylor came up with this great joke. He was like, you should move back anime April to May and call it anime as the month for that. And I'm like, that's really funny and stupid and cringe. And I think I'm going to do it. So we'll talk a bit about that as it goes on. Do I think Kevin Feige will bounce? That of course becomes the big question. Do I think Kevin Feige will bounce? You know what? I don't. I don't think Kevin Feige will bounce, but I do think that Kevin Feige will definitely find a way to migrate to something else. And I think that at this point in time, it's the best thing for him to move to something else. All right. Yeah. Taylor agrees. Yeah. Hell yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. He hit me up and told me that. Command Unit here says my theater was super hyped, though it was fun. Yeah, no, man. I mean, that's good. I'm looking again. I might go see it tomorrow, after doing delivery driving, because I'm not going to stream tomorrow night because Saturdays are usually pretty dead. Not much to talk about. But I mean, if I see Ant-Man, maybe I'll do an Ant-Man stream, or like I'll do, maybe a audio commentary or some shit like that. I don't know. But yeah, it's kind of like it is. I want to see it. Blarganier says, I wish you saw Shin Ultraman, one of the best superhero movies in years. It was a rival mixed with Man of Steel. My friend had no connection to Ultraman and said it was his favorite movie the past year. Where can I find that? Is that on Netflix? Because I would check that out. All right. Nerdy Mastermind here says my theater went crazy for the Flash trailer. I think it could make $1 billion. I said that. I think the Flash could make $1 billion after that trailer, and people have been arguing with me. No, not gonna make $1 billion. Yeah, it's gonna make $1 billion, dude. You can't tell me. Anyway, so, all right. I'm trying to find a specific posting, that, kind of ties into like the last thing I kind of want to say for tonight. And then we'll keep talking, but I just like for things I want to cover. So, all right. Hold on. Wandy here says, I can't imagine the work ethic of Kevin Feige been putting. He's been spread too thin from one movie set to another TV set to another movie set. We got to remember too, when the pandemic happened, he was actually like, they moved the productions to Australia, and he bought a house in Sydney, I think, where they've got their studio set up down there. And he was basically going to like move to Sydney for a fair amount of this stuff. So yeah, to oversee it. So yeah, you're right. He's definitely spread too thin. I mean, the guy puts on a great smile and shit. He definitely makes you, makes you go, yeah. Kevin Feige, he's got it. He's definitely got it. But all right, so I want to bring this up real quick here. Okay, hold on. Command Unit here says Quantumania will be liked more as the phase develops. I think I heard Kang was good. I heard people really enjoyed Kang. So if that's the case, I think you might be okay. I think you might be okay on that, or you might be right on that one. Again, I do want to see it. You kind of get me more hyped to go see it. If there was a 24-hour showing of it, I might go see it tonight. Well, I would even cancel. I'd be like, all right, guys, I'm gonna go see this movie. I'll come back to you guys how I feel about it. But I'll try to go see it tomorrow. I'll try to go see it tomorrow. All right. Oh, anime would create a 5th slot as well. Well, I did notice that there was 5 weeks in May. So yeah, I might do that. They give you guys another week to influence me on shit. But all right here. So, we've talked about the whole nonsense about sell Snyderverse to Netflix, right? Well, there's been one guy who's been out there making a little bit of a jokey sort of thing. And that is this guy, this comic stream guy who we talked about the other night, who's been selling prints of this. He makes AI, puts it into some app. I don't know which app he's using to make the video. I mean, I like the video that he's doing, but he's using 11 Labs to clone voices in order to make people say things that simply aren't true. And in this particular case, he's now going after, in a way that's it's not even tongue in cheek. This is flat out misogyny, going after Jennifer Holland. And Jennifer Holland has very much been a target of the Snyder Bros, because James Gunn, it's his wife, and they hate the fact that the man has, a partner who clearly loves him, and a partner who clearly appreciates him, and a partner of whom he gives jobs to. Because I know, God forbid, right? God forbid that his wife get involved, right? God forbid. It's not like Hollywood doesn't have nepotism. So, Ryanair says your arm must be pretty sore for all the times you twisted. You fuckers twist my arm all the time. Yeah. Attacking his wife. Listen to this. This is something they put out. And a lot of people are really questioning whether or not this guy might go too far and push something that's illegal.
James been bitching about social media lately. So I just want to clarify that I told James not to hire Henry Cavill because I flirted with the guy and he never even looked back. That bitch had to go. Ben Affleck is fine, but he looks like a zombie since he started to go out with J-Lo again. We'll just probably let him direct the Swamp Thing movie, right? He'll be okay with that. Everything's fine. My character in Peacemaker will be very important in season 2, and I'll soon have my solo movie, right? James been bitching about social.
Yeah, so, just total kind of like dickish things, right? I mean, it's stupid. It's just like, come on. This guy's getting a little bit on the desperate side, but people, looked into him and they kind of called him out on some shit here. So this was brought up last night from a guy named CB Movie Fan, and he's this question mark, and so he brings up this tweet here from Comic Stream, the paid for verification. It says anime ladybug, #miraculous ladybug, #anime, heart if you like. Now, I mean, granted, that doesn't necessarily look like Marionette. The costume is there. The bust of that costume is definitely not someone who, according to the wiki, is only 14 years old. A little bit on the creepy side. Sexualizing Marionette. There we go on that one. Kind of bad, guys. Kind of bad, But I mean, look, take that for what you will. But the guy's a bit giga cringe. Yeah, giga cringe. I know it is. It's just one of those things where you're like, why the fuck, man? Like, why are you this is the thing. Like, look, when people like me criticize, like really heavily criticize a lot of this kind of shit, what we're talking about flat out is just like, look, anime in general, it's like there are creeps in anime. there are definitely creeps in anime, right? I don't think that's really up for like a massive amount of debate. And I know it's not everybody, and none of you guys are creeps. Well, that I know of. Weird is all I have to say. It's cringe, it's weird, and it's like, why are you sexualizing a 14-year-old? That's my question. Why are you sexualizing a 14-year-old? I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, McClouder says shit like this is why I get weird about anime. Yeah, a little bit. It's some of that stuff, right? Jess here says Ash is 15 years, remember? I mean, like, there was a lot of sexualization of Misty back in the day. So Blargan here says, I sell art at conventions. You wouldn't believe some of the weird conversations I've had with customers. LMFAO. Oh, dude, no. I absolutely positively would believe. Like, I would absolutely positively believe that that's the case. Not even a question. Not even a question about that. I mean, for one, I know people who sell art at San Diego Comic-Con. And yeah, some of the stuff that they've been asked to do is insane. One of my friends actually is a voice actress, and she was contacted once by a guy who was asking her to read the sex scenes from 50 Shades of Grey. That's what he wanted. That's what he was into. And she was like, I'm not going to do that shit. I'm not going to do that shit. That's so stupid. But that's what she wanted to, that's what people want. People are fucking sick. People are definitely sick. Okay, hold on. Ash Eternal. Member 15 months. Thank you, Ash. I know it's dumb. People bashing on MCU upsets me. I agree. It's like the MCU has proven itself time and time and time again. Not everything is going to be knock out of the park amazing, but not everything is bad. Like, nothing they've done is bad. Nothing they've done is unwatchable. Nothing they've done is Elektra from 2005. Nothing they've done is Morbius. Nothing they've done is Venom or Venom 2. Nothing they've done is as bad as the worst, or even dude. Their worst, well, okay, I would say outside of Fox and like on Marvel shit, you know what I mean? Like, their worst stuff is still way better than like the most mediocre of their competition. I don't want to say the best, because there's been some solid ones out of Sony and Fox, but it's like for the most part, you know what I mean? Like, they've never made something that's like Wolverine Origins or X-Men Origins Wolverine. They've also made nothing that's as good as Logan, to be fair. Just saying, just saying. Like, so yeah, but no, they've earned their place. 100% they've earned their place. I think it's ridiculous to say otherwise. Command Unit here for 5. Thank you, buddy. He says she's animated, so I give it a pass. It's not like Harry Potter. That was actually creepy. I mean, there was a lot with that. Yeah, there was a lot with that. It's insane. It's nuts that they absolutely act the way that they do. You know what I mean? Like, it's just that kind of shit. Anyway, Dat Dude Vince, who's been a matinee member for 10 months, man, thank you, says, enjoyed Quantumania. Looking forward to your review. Yeah, man, I'll talk about it. Probably tomorrow. I'll do like a 5-6 minute one, and then maybe do like a longer patio commentary on it, just to kind of go into it further and stuff like that. Give me a little bit of time. I've noticed, it's so funny. I've noticed that doing I thought if I do more contemporary movies, like, it might end up getting more attention on like YouTube and podcasts because they're new. I did Megan, and like that didn't really do much. I'm hoping Plane, when I drop that episode, does better. But yeah, it's really just like, it's like finding a mix of what's coming out. So there's that. But thank you very much. Really appreciate that, buddy. All right. So where are we at here? Marcus here says Logan is so overrated. Listen, I'm not going to badmouth this guy, but if you guys want to badmouth this guy, come on, dude. Logan is in no way overrated. That movie is phenomenal. So we're agree to disagree on that one, I guess. Nerdy Masterminder says, sorry, Matt, I'm taking X2 Logan first class in Days of Future Past over anything in the MCU. Like I said, I corrected myself. I was correcting myself when I was saying that. I was saying that, the Marvel has done like the worst of Fox. Okay. The worst of Fox is still nowhere near or I should say the worst of Marvel is still no way near the worst of Fox or Sony. That's what I'm trying to get to. Okay. Like, that's what I'm trying to get to. So there's that. Yeah, Rational here says both Logan and 2013's Wolverine are great. Oh yeah, dude, I love 2013's Wolverine. Love Wolverine. Oh my god, that movie's so good. Look, I gotta watch that one again. Let's see, because I can't believe it turns 10 years old in July. Or crazy. Brandon here says they cast the first actor for the Lilo and Stitch remake. Yeah, they got Zach Galifianakis. For what the guy from fucking, what's his name? The guy from Kids in the Hall. Not Norm. Kevin McDonald. Kevin McDonald is his name. Yeah, he's playing that role and whatnot. Let's see. Dio Brando here says, I need to rewatch the X-Men movies. I don't think the first X-Men movie aged well. Oh no, it absolutely did. It absolutely did. There's that. Yeah, just ignore that they ruined the Silver Samurai. I mean, I don't read comics, so I look at it from just movie to movie and shit. So there's that. There's that. Also, Brandon here says, and he was in Ron's Gone Wrong. Yes, he voiced Ron, which, by the way, if you guys haven't seen Ron's Gone Wrong, it's surprisingly great. Like, I saw the trailer and I was like, all right, whatever. And then like it came to Disney Plus pretty quickly and we watched it like a bunch more times. That movie was actually really, really good. I really liked Ron's Gone Wrong. It doesn't need a sequel. It did what it needed to do. It was a nice, fun movie, you know, and I think it got a little underrated, but I'm hoping people will find it. I thought it was good. So, okay. Here's what we'll see. 12:15. All right. Since I wasn't on last night, I will drop the link if anyone wants to come in for a couple minutes per. All right. We'll have an interesting conversation. There's a link right there. In the meantime, okay. Rebecca Romaine was a better Mystique. Yes. Jennifer Lawrence was miscast, I think. By the end, I mean, like, look, they should have recast her for Apocalypse and Days of Future Past. I'm sorry, and Dark Phoenix. She was good in First Class and Days of Future Past. After that, the Hunger Games shit all went to her fucking head, like flat out. So there's that. The Marcus here, the Fox X-Men movie sucks. Shut the fuck up. Dude, you just have bad takes. Blargan says, did you see Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes finish filming? I did. And I'm excited for that. So while we wait for anyone that want to come on in, we're going to check out this 3-minute trailer for Warhammer 3 that Command Unit asked us to look at here. This one just dropped like yesterday or today. It's a new trailer and it's video games. So this will be fun.
Storm clouds gather. Our borders are beset by evil, both mundane and immortal. How long can we withstand this onslaught? We must form an alliance. We either die alone or survive together.
I concur. This threat is beyond any of us. With the Azur's guidance...
This is just another Elgates game. I see many ladies here, but you even speak for your people.
High King, this is not the time for short-sightedness.
Short? There'll be no alliance with elves while I'm High King. Only a reckoning. We must not be blinded by our own need for power. This is the moment. Your choices will decide the fate of this world. all that inhabit it. Make the right one.
All right, that's being done by Creative Assembly. That could be actually pretty fun. That could be pretty fun. All right, thank you for that command unit, who also says here, not going to lie, I felt kind of weird at first that I was super attracted to Cassie Lang in Quantumania until I learned that the actress is 26 IRL. I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah, you always want to Google that at first. You know what I mean? Save yourself from being called a PDF file. You know what I'm saying? Oh, right. The Liam Neeson story. I forgot about the Liam Neeson story. How the hell did I forget to even put that in my damn thing? I think I forgot to put that. I forgot to put that in my fucking in my my PowerPoint. I forgot to add that in my PowerPoint. Do I got that screenshot here? Did I forget to do the screenshot? There's clearly a couple things I forgot to add in. Holy crap, man. I was in a rush. All right, let me find that. Let me find that here. We got Ash here joining me real quick also while I do this here. And then command unit here says Warhammer inspired Warcraft. That's true. Good stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I forgot. Dude, it's been a weird day. A weird day for that. How's it going? Ash, how you doing?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay, yeah, I just got to find this fucking... I can't believe I forgot that. Holy crap, man. It's been an off day. It's been an off week, I feel like. Holy shit.
Tell me about it.
Man, do I have the article saved? No, I don't. You know what it was? I was like, I thought I had it all locked and loaded, and then it was like that ski walker thing caught me off guard. I was like, I gotta get to that thing and talk about that. Okay. All right. So here we go. I got the article up right here. Okay, we'll just go through this real quick. So Liam Neeson says Star Wars is being hurt by so many spinoffs is taking away the mystery and the magic. I don't know how I agree with that. I don't think I do agree with that, considering the fact that, like, you know, people have been wanting more Star Wars for years. It's not about, it's kind of looking at the Marvel side of things. It's really about the quality over the quantity. If they can nail it just right, then things are going to be okay. But according to this, it says Liam Neeson gets asked in almost every interview if he would reprise his role of Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn in a Star Wars spinoff. The answer is often no. And such was the case when Neeson joined Paul Rudd on February 16th episode of What Happens Live. But Neeson took things a step further, explaining that his reasoning for not wanting to reprise Qui-Gon is because Star Wars franchise is damaging its own magic. He says, no, I'm not, when asked if he was interested in returning. There's so many spinoffs of Star Wars, it's diluting it to me. And that's taking the mystery away and the magic in a weird way. I mean, I don't know, Ash, what do you think? You think I think the magic at Star Wars is gone?
So you're telling me an actor who was not invited back is upset that Star Wars is going forward without him? 'Cause that's what it sounds like to me.
Now, that's an interesting approach, to be fair. I haven't thought about it from that perspective. Because it's like, you know, he was in Obi-Wan. He had like 2 lines of dialogue and he popped up at the very end. They got him back for that. So if the magic is going away, clearly he was like, but my old friend Ewan, you know, and he even says here, it's been 24 years since they made The Phantom Menace. 24 years. Can you believe that? 24. You know,
why doesn't Samuel L. Jackson share the same sentiment? And weren't they in the same movie together?
They were. But he was in the other 2, and he you know, he got his cool death. I think that's an interesting. Yeah, I kind of agree that with your point. Actually, I think Liam is just maybe a little bit on the upset side, because when I put in the thumbnail, you know, that he calls out Mando, there's a reason for that, right? There's a reason for that, and it's like, because in my mind, The Mandalorian, that's the show, right? That's the new Star Wars. That's the magic. You know, he criticized the sequel trilogy saying that it, you know, was more about spectacle and less about character development, of which I will completely grant him that. I think that there was an opportunity for good character development there, and I think that they kind of rushed it. I do put a lot of blame on Rian Johnson, as I always do, for the middle story where the character development would normally take place, and character development did, but it just felt like it wasn't necessary. But when you look at Mandalorian and how that reinvigorated Star Wars, it did. There's no question about it. You know what I mean? Like, there was just love of Star Wars everywhere after that came out. Mandalorian, Baby Yoda, people who weren't even like fans of it were flocking to it. It reignited that conversation. And the problem, though, is that they just haven't done anything theatrically with it. And now, you know, coming up, it's going to be 4 years this winter. We're not going to get anything. So it may not be until 2026 that we get something. And that, quite frankly, is too fucking long. But they're going to still do the live action shows because that is still doing very well on Disney Plus.
That's like the opposite problem of Marvel, but you know, I'm just kind of at a point where I feel like I don't think people really know what they want anymore, because with Marvel, if you ask someone, oh, it's too saturated, there's too many shows, there's too many movies. And then with Star Wars, it's the opposite. Oh, you know, there isn't enough movies. It's all on television. It's like, yeah, but I mean, so what's the problem here? I personally, I don't think Star Wars is oversaturated. I think they've been pretty consistent. I haven't watched Obi-Wan fully. I heard Ahsoka is good. I haven't watched it, unfortunately, but or not Ahsoka. What's the one that came out? Andor. Sorry,
Andor is fucking amazing.
Yes,
It's so
Andor.
goddamn good.
Yeah. So, but you know, I mean, I agree with you. Mandalorian is what really got me back into liking Star Wars again. I was never not a fan, but yeah, I mean, Rise of Skywalker, that affected the brand. I would say more so than Last Jedi. Last Jedi was, yeah, it wasn't supposed to be the middle story. If you started off, what was it? The one before that, The Force Awakens. If that was like a movie directed by Rian Johnson where he could kind of set the stage and conclude it properly, then okay, then maybe I would be more interested in seeing how he would complete the trilogy then. But yeah, his movie just did not fit the puzzle.
No, it didn't. Again, if he would have done the whole thing, I think it would have been interesting. If he would have done even The Rise of Skywalker, he might have had more time to flesh out his ideas. And that could have been something that, like, maybe it's, you know, like with what Command Unit was saying before, it's like as Phase 5 progresses, people will grow an affinity for Quantumania because a lot more of it now makes sense. And I think, so. and I think that a lot of that will play out for other Phase 4 movies as well, simply because of all that. Let's see. Your Command Unit for 5 says you should react to the Atomic Heart. Did that out now? Did that actually
came out yet?
Did it come out? Like, I thought it comes out like next week. Because it's Games Pass, right?
Is it?
It's on Games Pass. Yeah. Like, I'm like, oh, I got to download that because I do want to play it. It looks interesting. I watched that live action trailer with Jensen Ackles, which I thought was really, really kind of weird. Oh yeah, this is the one he sent me. Yeah. Hold on here. We got Blargan also joining us. What's up, man? Blargan.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
See you guys.
Okay. It's coming soon. Day one.
What the hell is Atomic Heart?
We'll check out the trailer for it real quick. This is it's a game. This is just a live action little thing. It's got Jensen Ackles in it. Fucking wand.
Fucking turbs.
How are we going to survive the robot apocalypse? watch and learn. That's how you do it. The atomic way.
So yeah, that's atomic heart right there. Yeah, it looks interesting. Wanda here says that's the next Batman. Blessing here says, yeah, Soldier Boy. Why is this commercial insulting witches? It's just making fun of Hogwarts Legacy. That's all it is. It's just making fun of it a little bit. Also, we got Marcus and Tony joining us in here. What's going on, guys?
Hello.
So I figured we just have a conversation for maybe about 15, 20 minutes and hit the 2-hour mark. And then, so what's on your guys' minds?
Oh, well, fuck my takes, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Fuck your takes. Your takes are bad. I don't know what the hell it is you're on right now.
Because I watched Westerns as a child, and all Logan is a reskinned Shane. But then again, you like Dances with Smurfs and Dances with Smurfs Electric Boogaloo, and you shit on Bumblebee for just being a reskinned E.T.
Yeah. Because Bumblebee didn't fucking add anything to the goddamn mix. Right? If you want, okay, fine. You want to call Logan a reskinned Shane. I'm not going to argue with you on that because you're not wrong. I think that was even like what they went with going into it. But they were saying farewell to the most popular character in that franchise. And they did it in a way that was emotional and soulful and brutal and violent, just like his entire existence. And it went out in a great way. So
how many movies did Logan appear in? What? 3 X-Men movies and 3 Wolverine movies. So they finally get it right. And well, minus the cameos that do nothing, that add nothing to those other X-Men movies. So 6 movies where he's the main character and they get it right once. And I'm supposed to go, yay.
I mean, with the exception of X-Men Origins Wolverine, everything he was in was good in. And he was even good in X-Men Origins Wolverine. Gavin Hood did a good job directing that movie. The problem was the script. The script was not good for that movie.
Whether or not Hugh Jackman is a good actor or they were good performances. I'm just saying they get it right once, and I'm supposed to be like, yay.
Well, I mean, in your opinion, they got it right once, but clearly fans in the box office brought that back, or kept bringing him back for 17 years.
You know, that made me wonder, since it sounds like they want to bring Hugh Jackman back for Deadpool 3, do you think it is going to be an issue having all these like legacy actors reprising their old Marvel roles because they're going to get in the way of them just like replacing them with new actors for the MCU? It feels like it just draws comparison heavily for them instead of just letting people move on from those actors.
It is a good point. I mean,
I feel like if you're ever going to do that,
Affleck and Cavill, but that is a good point.
Yeah, but I feel like if you're ever going to do that, now is the time, because realistically, this multiverse saga thing that they're doing, you can't do this any later. And
I think they wrote the multiverse now for that reason. These actors are getting way too old if they wait.
And people are going to want that. I mean, look what's happening with Michael Keaton. They could have done it earlier. They chose not to. The guy's in his 70s now, which is fine. I don't have an issue with that.
It does limit what you can do with him, though.
Definitely. That's why it's better to do it now.
But let's be fair, though. With Michael Keaton, that was definitely a reaction rather than a forward-thinking maneuver. You know, they're like,
Keaton,
absolutely.
I thought Keaton
recently saying he stepped back too. He made a conscious choice to be a stay-at-home dad.
Michael Keaton?
Yeah.
To be a stay-at-home dad in the 70s?
I think you're
no. Earlier, because everyone was saying like he should have came back earlier, but he in a recent roundtable speak about how he made a conscious effort after Batman because he'd made enough money to take a step back and only be picky, do a project here and there because he wanted to spend more time with his kids.
I mean, that's a fair thing if that's true.
Also, but I feel like even if he did want to come back 10 years ago, 15 years ago, everyone was riding the high of Christian Bale's Batman at the time. So even if he wanted that, that would have never happened.
It would have been way too close to the Nolan movies.
Definitely. I think that was one of the reasons why that Justice League movie didn't get made. I think Nolan had a stipulation that they couldn't use any other version of Batman at the time.
Wasn't it because the tax laws changed in Australia and
the
writer's strike?
It was the writer's strike, but I also do believe that Nolan did not want any other Batmans going up against his Batman. He didn't want that. He had an embargo on Batman at the time too.
Well, I mean, he would only have like the access to that particular iteration of Batman. So I don't even know. I think at the time they were just, again, like, I think part of the Justice League that they had that they were working on back then was part of it, I think, was spurred on by I Am Legend. Because remember, in I Am Legend, there was the Batman versus Superman cameo that was supposed to have taken place because they were trying to get something like that done around that time as well, I think. And that was just like a little tongue-in-cheek reference. So
that was fun to see in the movies, though. I remember seeing that. That was amazing.
I knew it was there going in. I knew it was there because it had been written about, and then like seeing it was still like, oh wow, that's cool, And even that was what 2007 for I Am Legend, and that was like because I remember before I Am Legend they had the opening 5 minutes of The Dark Knight in IMAX, the whole bank robbery scene, and so like again they had a other Batman movie that was premiering before this little Batman Easter egg, and like no one batted an eye. I think a lot of this shit's really manufactured, if you want my honest opinion.
Yeah, if the character was embargoed, how did it even get cast with who's the canceled dude? Cannibal canceled dude?
Armie Hammer.
Armie Hammer, thank you guys. How did they cast him and have him ready to go and he was already on set in costume if it was embargoed? How did it even get that far?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But do you think in that reality, Snyder also directed Batman versus Superman?
I think around that time, because remember, he didn't want to do that. So if he had his way, he would have done like a Man of Steel too. I think in that timeline, he would have directed like a follow-up to The Watchmen. He would have done like a Rorschach origin story.
Yeah, but regardless, the Snyderverse wouldn't continue, right? Because the world would go to shit.
Yeah, so. Actually, no. Let me take that back. You know what he would have done? He would have done Army of the Dead, because that was originally announced back in 2009. Yeah, that's true. That's why Netflix had to negotiate with Warner Brothers to get the rights for that, so Zach could make it over there.
Oh, don't give the Snyder Bros hope. Oh, they got the rights for a movie before.
Oh, I know. God damn it. God fucking damn it. That's just like
Jarbo, I respect your takes. We just agree to disagree on this one. I think Batman Begins was the peak of the Nolan trilogy. That's the best Nolan Batman movie.
I get what you're saying with that. I do. I think part of it too is there's I personally like The Dark Knight the best. Because that movie just like wowed me when I saw it. But solidly, Batman Begins is just an amazing movie. Can we all agree what the fuck happened with like Dark Knight Rises? Like, what the fuck?
I haven't seen it.
It should have been like two movies.
I don't get it. Bane is the best part to come out of that goddamn thing. It's the only long-lasting thing anyone's ever talked about.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
The fact that a movie theater shooting happened.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Nolan lost the heart for it at that point. it doesn't feel like his heart's in it, man.
Well, I think Jonathan Nolan didn't help him write that.
Oh, really?
Because I think Jonathan was off doing like other stuff because he had blown up after The Dark Knight, right? Like, you know, there was because he worked with him, like he co-wrote Batman Begins. I mean, I just want to double check this information here. I don't want to be wrong on that.
Yeah, I don't envy anybody with that movie's production because I really think they should have just stopped when they were on top with Dark Knight. But the way The Dark Knight ends, it makes you want more. It feels like you need more.
Yeah.
Well, can we all agree that The Dark Knight Rises was really the beginning of Warner Brothers and whoever was doing DC movies trying to cram too much into a DC movie?
There's way too much in that movie.
Yeah. Oh, I was wrong.
No
He did co-write The Dark Knight Rises with Nolan and Goyer.
I mean, that was No Man's Land, Nightfall, and a couple of other Batman stories all trying to, coexist, and they really shouldn't have been.
Yeah, it really feels rushed. It's like 2 scripts shoved into one.
And it took 4 years to get out. I mean, I know he went off and he went to go do Inception in the meantime, which was a much better movie.
But it just built the hype so much. I remember by the time that came out, it was just at its apex, man.
Yeah. I mean, I lived in LA when The Dark Knight Rises came out. And I remember like there was one of those like, graph motion billboards, whatever you want to call it, LED billboards.
Yeah.
Not far from my place. And they had like, I lived literally 10 minutes away from Warner Brothers Studios, and that was with traffic. And so like it was everywhere. And it was just like showing off like the battle between Bane and Batman in daylight and in Gotham. And like they were putting that everywhere. And it's like, I saw the movie and I should go back and watch it again because I saw it with people that were kind of making fun of it all the way through. And that kind of like took my mind out of it a little bit, and I'm like, and I just never went back to it. I just never went back to it again. I was like, all right, yeah, it didn't really wow me. Like it wasn't great. Like I didn't feel the need to go and like see this in other formats, like to rush out to go find an IMAX to go see this in.
It honestly starts strong. It's just it really peters out. Like I feel like stuff like how they just kill Bane off screen just leaves a sour taste in your mouth and defines the whole experience.
What about Talia al Ghul's death of just that terrible?
Just fucking dropping her head like. Ugh.
Yeah, just like I'm dead.
One of the worst death acting I've ever
I will say this though, the and this is totally the pervert in me, but the Anne Hathaway butt raise on the bat cycle was. You go watch the movie again. There's a part where she's gonna like shoot rockets off the bat cycle, and like she has to like arch her back, and it just lifts her ass with that suit on, and you're just like,
hey,
I'm good.
Totally forgot
I'm happy.
My God, that movie is.
I mean, to be fair, she's not that bad looking, so.
No, I'm not complaining about. I'm not trying to be misogynistic or whatever. Or like, I'm just saying like that. That's one of the things that like stands out in like my lizard brain response to that movie is just like booty.
Can we just all agree Pete Holmes did The Dark Knight Rises better than The Dark Knight Rises did it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
With those 2 skits.
Yep.
Well, and to your point, Matt, ass exists for a reason. Gotta love it.
Well, oh yeah, no, absolutely, right. It doubles as a waste dump and a playground. Go figure. Anatomy is weird.
Movie 43 had the best version of Justice League I've seen so far.
Oh,
we were talking about movie 43 on Max's stream the other night because like people were talking shit and Enosh and I were defending it.
Yeah, that movie's fine.
That movie's really funny. I feel like they just don't make comedies like that. I feel like when you hear these comedians and they just go like they don't make movies like they used to and they're just they're afraid. They're not wrong. I don't think they're ever wrong at all. I think that these studios are just, I think they're afraid of like the cancellation, like, there was a super chat here from Command Unit talking about Atomic Heart and Hogwarts Legacy. I wanted to get to it here. Thank you. He says, both games are getting canceled by busybodies, and it's a weird thing to look at because people they just want to be mad. Have you seen the JK Rowling like defense train coming out now? Have you guys seen that?
No.
She's trying to so she said things. So she basically took this like trans exclusionary radical feminist approach to the trans issue, and that's what's been getting her canceled. Not her bad writing for the fucking Fantastic Beasts movie, but actual shit to care about. I'm being hyperbolic about that, by the way, about her bad writing. It was bad, and that got actually. I should say when the Crimes of Grindelwald came out, there were a ton of videos from people that were diehard Harry Potter fans that were just like, "This movie is shit. Like this movie is written like shit. Like what the fuck, JK? Like you can write better than this. Like what's going on?" And so there was a lot of that at the time. But anyway, so she went on this podcast the other day and said that her words were misinterpreted
in the script.
No, what she said about trans people, like her views about trans people.
She's always doubled down on it.
She's that's the whole thing. People go like, oh, but she's like endorsing spending her money on anti-trans legislation. And I'm like, you do realize that was a clapback, right? This woman, like the tweet was all like, how does it feel losing a fan? And she's like, my royalty checks say different. You know, it's not like
is that what it was?
That's what it was, but it gets turned into this. If you go and you look, it's what it says, basically. I'm paraphrasing what she says, but she's like, this woman makes a fuck ton of cash. So that's the whole point when we talk about Hogwarts Legacy and everyone's getting all butthurt about it. And it's like, well, then why the fuck aren't you out there going to Universal Studios and protesting that? Right? Like right now would be the time to do it. I'm just saying, like we're 10 days into Hogwarts Legacy. Go to Universal Studios Hollywood right now. They got the Mario Brother world opening up. Tons of press is there. Tons of people are covering it. They've also got the Wizarding World of Harry Potter at that park as well. And people could go out there and protest it and be like, and they would get press is what would happen.
It's the biggest thing at Universal. It definitely would get eyes on it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It would even overshadow fucking Mario at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Because the media is like, oh, we need blood. We need blood to feed on. It's just, I mean, I'm being hyperbolic, Alex Jones type shit there, but it's true. I mean, if it bleeds, it leads. And that's what they would do with it.
It would make it, by the way, story. Right now, it's just a Twitter story. I don't think anybody who doesn't live on the internet even knows it's a thing. But if people were like picketing outside of Universal Studios Orlando, it'd be a big deal.
Well, there were people that were picketing outside of Disney World a while back.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I can't remember what it was about.
I think they were calling Disney Nazis or something. Like it might have been over the Gina Carano thing. Or something to do with COVID. I don't fucking know. Floridians are weird.
To do with Lightyear.
Maybe it was. I don't know. Don't put no gay in my stories. I don't fucking know.
By the way, Jarbo, you've had the best take on Hogwarts Legacy. The most
really?
Balanced, even kill take I've seen of anybody covering the Hogwarts Legacy thing. I mean, you have the chuds who are in it for, to make their money, and then the other people are like that for their, outrage meter. But you've had the most even killed, best take.
I've been through this before. That's why, thank you. But like, that's really why I've been through this before. This is not anything that's new for me. It's like the Gamergate shit. Like I actually, like the other day, I went looking on my thread on Kiwi Farms out of curiosity. I was like, I haven't checked it in a while. What are they saying? It's fun to watch them bitch about me sometimes. But like, I've been largely like inactive on there. They haven't talked about me much, but they brought up the Gamergate thing. And they're like, he just wants this to be true to get relevance again. I'm like, no, I don't want it to be true. I don't want it to come back. But when we talk about the
you want to get Trump elected again, Matt? Is that what you're saying?
Do you have any idea how weird that is to explain to people? When they ask me what I do, I bring it up as an anecdote because I like to gauge their reaction to see if they understand. You start to kind of see the wheels turn. Like, wait a minute, this guy I'm standing in front of helped get the person I hate the most elected. And just to see kind of what their response is. And then I'm like, you guys know I'm like a Bernie Sanders loving liberal, right? Like, there's
you
that.
Also sound extra crazy because do any of those videos even exist anymore?
I took they're all privated. They're all privated.
That's what I mean. You can't even be like, no, check this out.
I mean, they're archived somewhere. They're archived somewhere, right? I just got rid of them. I was like, fuck it, man. I don't care.
I don't
anymore.
blame you, dude.
It's like that part of my life's over and shit. Like I'm okay with
Well,
that.
I mean, if it's on the internet, it's on the internet forever. I mean, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. Like all your follies are up there. Like the silver play button crying video,
that one won't go away.
That one. Well, that's funny.
And you follow up
Yeah, that
a few
thing-
years ago.
You owned it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, and the flagging shit, right? But then again, it's like, look, I feel like I paid my dues on that one. I haven't done it. You know, like, and the people that like were really mad at me have all kind of proven to be hypocritical. So, for the most part, not all, but like a fair amount.
And
So it's like, you know, and what you have to realize about when it comes to the internet shit is that like most people, like I said this on Twitter today, I'm like, if you want to find like the biggest enemy in mainstream media and like ever, it's kayfabe. It really is. Like, it's kayfabe, because everything you see, a lot of these guys, the political pundits, the entertainment journalists, right, the media activists, it's all kayfabe. They don't actually believe in all of this rhetoric that they say. You know, especially. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, didn't they prove that Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity were both vaccinated almost immediately it became available?
All of them, Laura Ingraham, Hannity, Tucker, all of them were vaccinated because it was a company policy. They couldn't get away from it. They just didn't mention it to their audience. They're all like, you all should go out there and get your hands on that there ivermectin. But don't worry about us. We're not taking ivermectin. We got the good shit, not the horse-based. You know, it's just like,
it's basically the public position and the private position.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous that we live in a world where you have to be fearful of that, right? It's like, you know, that's one of the things that's really good about the whole, like, I don't like, you know, let's say canceling someone, right? One of the best things about canceling someone is you take away all inhibitions, all previously held inhibitions. Because at this point, fuck it, what does it matter? You know what I mean? Like, you can say what you really want. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm okay with people not liking me. I'm okay with people who think I have bad takes or whatever, you know, but I at least try to back my takes with some form of logic. And a lot of these guys, they don't. But what they rely on is just those media talking points that are just, recycled and regurgitated. And they've all just become like, you know, the chuds. They're just the Fox News of fucking YouTube. And it's like, you know, and that just gets more people because it tracks more of that emotion. That's all it does.
Those who cry sheep are the actual sheep. They just don't realize it. They think they're the ones being the truth tellers.
Yeah, well, and the people who listen to them, because it's all cognitive dissonance and confirmation bias, right? If you think that like having two women kiss and Buzz Lightyear for literally 1/3 of a second, a little mwah, is going to destroy your fucking masculinity or how comfortable you are in your own sexuality, you might be fucking gay.
If that's going to make your kid gay, your kid was already going to be gay.
If your kid's going to watch that and just go like, oh, scissor me timbers. Like, no, you're fucking like, whatever, dude. Like, look, if I can't jerk off to it, your kids are going to be fine. Let's just put it like that. That's literally what it boils down to.
That's a good litmus.
If I can't jerk off to this, your kids are going to be okay. And I'm not even gay. You know?
It's easier to make people mad and keep people mad than it is to appeal to logic. I mean, yeah. I don't know why that is. I mean, I don't know why anger is so much easier. And
it's you don't think about it. You don't have to think about it.
When Lightyear came out, my dad brought it up to me, and he's brought it up. This is, I guess, how casuals were having this story relayed to them. Did you see that new Disney movie? They made Buzz and Woody gay for each other. I guess that's how it was being sold.
And the funny thing is,
and I had to explain to him, okay, they're not even in this, yada, 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 you know. And he didn't know any of that. He had just been told, Toy Story's gay and woke now. Buzz and Woody are kissing.
Yeah, it's like all those Fox people that are like, you know, fucking losing their shit over like a female M&M in heels, or like getting out of heels and wearing, you know, normal shoes. Like, how can I jerk off to normal feet? I'm not Quentin Tarantino.
It sucks. We're kind of in a post-facts world where it doesn't matter what you said 5 minutes ago. I was watching Gracie's live stream a couple of days ago, and she said she hates hypocrites. And I'm like, you're one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen. Jarbo, you did the takedown of her video where she looked directly into the camera and blamed Kelly Moran Tran for the freaking harassment she got. And now she's like the biggest Kelly Moran Tran supporter there is. Oh, Disney did her bad. I'm like, no, people like you did her bad.
Oh, I remember that. I think that's why she blocked me, actually, because that was like my first video criticizing Grace. And I used to like, I think my first video criticizing Grace was her Daredevil should be PG-13 so it should get into China. Sorry, Deadpool should be PG-13 so it can get into China. That's my all-time favorite Grace video because it's one of the most unhinged takes I've ever heard in my whole life. And then like she tries to claim kind of credit for like the PG-13 a very Deadpool Christmas that like made like no money. It was a cash grab, a funny little cash grab, but it made no money. So, you know,
well, this is the same one who. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. No, go
ahead. This is the same one who said Pedro Pascal is going to get fired from Mando, even though he's the lead. Oh, because he was a supposed diva. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
I know.
Why would they get rid of the only lead anyway? It makes
then she starts calling Henry Cavill a diva, and it's like
Pedro Pascal.
No, but she also called Henry Cavill too. She also said about Henry Cavill.
Well, did you ever see like for like a year she was trying to out Henry Cavill as gay?
What?
She would hint at that.
She would say, "Google Henry Cavill gay on the internet and look at the pictures."
I mean, he dated Gina Carano, so I can understand. But no, I'm kidding. They're going to cancel that. Oh, you called her a man? I'm like, no, she's an attractive woman.
Hey, Deadpool called Wang.
I think actually I met Grace Randolph in 2019 at WonderCon, and at first I didn't know it was her. My girlfriend was like, "Hey, isn't that lady you watch on YouTube?" I walked up to her, like, "Are you Grace Randolph?" And she was hammered. She had her glasses on. She was extremely hammered.
When I met her at VidCon in 2018, she was at VidCon that year. She had a handler, and they were walking her up into the to the top level, which is like the business tier level, because I'd paid the exorbitant price to go to that. And I introduced myself to her, and she was fucking hammered, dude. So it's not just me. It's a meeting her hammered. I think she's a drunk. I hear the same thing about Perry Nemiroff, that Perry Nemiroff is a massive alcoholic.
It's funny. Grace claims she doesn't drink at all.
Every time you meet her, she's hammered, though. So what's that?
Well, you know, I mean, maybe
she looked like she had a hangover or something. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe she just looks that way. I don't know. She's like, maybe she never leaves her house.
That's
maybe
part
she
of it.
Never leaves her house.
And I think she's older than she claims to be. I think she's in her, at least she's got to be in her early 40s.
I mean, how old does she claim to be? Well, I don't even know how old she is.
I don't think so. I think last time I checked, she was like early 30s.
No,
which is crazy. No. It's crazy.
Let's see here. Her birthday, February 5th, 1986. She's younger than me.
That's a fake birthday. Yeah, that's a fake birthday because when I used to watch her, she claimed her birthday was in April.
I mean, I don't know. It's like, John Campea turns 51 this month.
Jesus.
Just to give you guys an alternative side. Like, it's just funny, right? It's just funny to me that it's like, because that's the thing I criticize Campy about. Like, he's got this like massive audience, and it's got to just be like boomers, right? Because it's like, or like people who don't know, like you have him and Robert Meyer Burnett that are like well into their like, their later years, and it's like they've got takes, but some of their takes just to be so bad, It's like, I'm just waiting for him to go back when I was a kid and the movies were a nickel and popcorn only cost you 10 cents, and you're like, John, stop. You're going insane.
Have you ever met Campea in real life?
I did.
You did?
I met him
so
at Comic-Con.
Exactly how he's like.
Well, I will say, I give him a little credit. So it's like he was talking with a guy, and the guy was asking him questions, and he had a follow-up question that he couldn't remember. And then the guy just goes, "You know what, man? I'll super chat it to you when I remember." And this guy said it to John right in front of him. Right. And John, to his absolute credit, said, No. Just email me, let me know who you are, and ask your question, and I'll answer it.
That's pretty cool.
So like that's to his credit. Is like that was okay, cool. Like that was your thing. Is you clearly, like you're not going to be, but this is also 2019. This was 4 years ago. And he's clearly changed since then. Like he's absolutely changed since then.
Yeah. How was he when you met him?
He was fine. He was friendly. I talked to him very briefly for maybe like a minute and a half, not much. He had other people to talk to. I tried meeting Robert Meyer Burnett. He was there as well. Christian Harloff was there. I did meet Christian for a couple minutes. We did chit chat a little bit, you know. Yeah, I mean, Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers were there too. And they knew I was there and they did not want to meet me.
Well, Gary knows you don't do meth, so why would he want to meet you?
Like, Gary, you're in San Diego, man. Come on, you know, a lot of meth out here, buddy. You can make a lot more money doing meth.
Campia had this thing in 2019 he did when he got like, what was it, over 1 million views on YouTube. He did this evening with a nobody where he had members of his panel. He had Robert Meyer Burnett there, and then he had Chris Carr, Aaron, and all those other people there. I met him there, and honestly, he just generally seemed uninterested in what everyone was saying. He was entertaining, but the person, everyone was going to Robert and they were talking to him because I feel like he could actually carry a conversation with the people that were there, whereas John was just, you know, like, he was kind of up his own ass, you know, and that's just the general vibe I got from him. And I respected the guy back then. I feel like I don't respect him as much anymore, especially when you point to the whole incident that happened with him and the leak of Spider-Man, where he essentially ruined the movie for everyone. I feel like after that, he's just lost all credibility. Now he's coming out there talking about how Marvel has lost its magic. Like, come on, man. Why are you putting that shit out there?
Well, again, it's kind of like... Sorry, go ahead, Tony.
Was that the whole Pecker thing that he did with Tobey Maguire? Or something else?
Yes.
No, that was like, look at Tobey Maguire's dick.
He's never going to live that one down.
No. I'd actually, if he was going to go speak at like at a conference or something like that, and if I was there like Comic-Con, I would actually like, I would pay the money and I'd have the t-shirt made, Campia, and then like underneath it say, look at Tobey Maguire's dick. Because it is really funny, right? It is really funny.
You should own it.
You should own it. Like the whole, I will say the funniest thing though is the super chat. You know the super chat one, right? The racist super chat that. Oh no, I do not.
What did she say with that one?
you okay? All right.
Oh my god!
All right. So Ryan, I see. Yeah, right. I do have the trailer ready to go for that. Well, we can end it with that in a few because it is getting to be 1 a.m. and I have to get to bed here pretty soon. But there is I'll find the clip real quick here because it is pretty funny. It is.
John Campia loves black people.
Is that what it's called? No.
Yes, that's what it's called.
Yeah. Oh.
Is this the N-bomb one or
no? It's not the N-bomb one. It's not the N-bomb one. Hey, I actually know the guy that uploaded that Black Angus Reviews. I do know him. He's an alright guy. But let's see here. This is the clip. This is so fucking funny.
All right, Smelly Negro. I love that name. Which hockey movie chant "I swallow knickers come"? No idea.
Oh my god! Dude.
I'm more curious why he said he loves that name.
Yeah, that to me is the thing. That's what gets me. It's more like, you know, it's more than like the like.
Maybe that's his conservative side talking.
Well, clearly, you know, they didn't vet the names, and that was unprompted. But Grace made a racist joke about Robert Rodriguez.
Oh no!
What'd you say about Robert Rodriguez?
She was talking about how his films were starting to look cheap, and then she referred to him as El Cheapo.
Oh my god!
I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far. I had a guy yesterday when I was criticizing Ski Walker. Like, he comes in, he's just like, "Why so racist?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, he starts going like, "People in the comments section are racist." And I'm like, "Can you point to a specific example?" And he like shares a screenshot of like nothing, of like a GIF, right, of Thanos, of me, like I don't even know who you are, sort of thing. And he's like, "Look," and I'm like, how is that racist? Like, I'm looking for specific, like, if someone says something racist, I will hide the comment. You know what I mean? Like, no, I don't want that here. But like, people are getting mad at me, like, oh, you're criticizing him and that's racist. I'm like, why? Because he's like, and like, because he's black. Like that's like, I'm not nothing to do about his race. Like literally, he's just an idiot.
Yeah, you don't go after him on a basis of race. You go on based on lack of intelligence, lack of integrity, lack of a lot of things. I mean, where like Grace was clearly, in my opinion, because I am Hispanic, trying to denigrate the Spanish language. Because I mean, you don't know how many people walk up to me and start adding "o" to things like it's Spanish, and it's fucking annoying.
It's definitely an idiotic white person thing.
Like that movie, The Mexican, El Tauno.
That a movie that's a gigantic bomb had the two highest paid actors in Hollywood at the time, and like,
was it the Brad Pitt movie?
Yeah, it was crazy. Is Gore Verbinski directed that, and then after that bombed, he went over and he did Pirates of the Caribbean, which just exploded. You know,
he failed upwards.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, and where's Gore Verbinski been in recent years? Not anywhere. Not actually. His career died with the Lone Ranger.
Was Lone Ranger the last thing he did?
Oh wow!
I think it was like one of the last things he did. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know what it is? Like I never watched that thing all the way through.
I like that movie.
I think it's you know, the thing is I don't hear anyone talking shit about it who's seen it.
Yeah, I know. I've noticed that too.
Right? So he did 2016's A Cure for Wellness. That was the last thing he directed.
I heard that bombed too. That wasn't received that well.
Let me see here. But he did Rango, and Rango was fucking goat.
Rango's so good, man.
Like Rango is amazing.
Well, it just goes to show you never know what's going to be the hit. He thinks the two biggest movie stars movie is going to be hit, and it's the Little Pirates movie. It goes back something I just learned about Jordana Brewster. She was really stoked and psyched about The Faculty, which is a great movie.
I love The Faculty.
And she thought Fast and the Furious was going to be just this little fun summer project that she was doing that wasn't going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember The Faculty. I saw that in theaters when it came out. I loved it, you know. And then I remember going to see Fast and Furious and everything because I was working at the drive-in when that came out. And at the time, and I've mentioned this before, you know, San Diego had like the most popular street racing scene in the country, if not probably the world. It was so massive. So because you had all of these post 9/11 military guys that were all being brought in. Oh no, this is before 9/11, right? But all these guys that were being brought in, and they were just buying all these cars and like fixing them up, right? Like just spending all their money on this shit. A lot of them are military. And so they ended up, you know, that movie was massive for us at the drive-in. And it was a lot of fun. But then, like, you know, the franchise just goes to this. What the fuck, you know? Like this whole space. Anyway, yeah, that was good shit. I do love the Fast and Furious franchise. But also it appears that a Cure for Wellness did not do well. It got a 42% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yikes.
And the audience cinema score was a C+, that's pretty bad. But yeah, I mean, I still think, but again, talking about Lone Ranger and whatnot, I think a lot of people, I think the problem with that movie was it was just too fucking long. You know?
Are you broke up? What did you say?
Oh, I think when it comes to the Lone Ranger, I think the movie was just too fucking long.
No, I do. I actually think that was a big thing that killed it. It is very long, which is a problem all the Pirates movies had, but at least those were franchised, so it had an install base of fans who were willing to sit through it. But even they were like, my God, Dead Man's Chest is fucking long.
Dude, Dead Man's Chest is fucking long. Like, it's hard to go back to again. It's like the movie suffers from like a really incomprehensible script at times.
Yeah, it does.
And you're like, who's backstabbing who? Okay, but the finale is fucking good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I do like those movies quite a bit. I just kind of feel like we're in a situation now where, you know, like they're going to reboot it. We're not going to be able to do anything about it. So
Matt, are you seeing Quantumania tomorrow?
I will try. It really depends on how my girlfriend is feeling. Because she's just been like really kind of down for the count. And everything else. I mean, they're showing, oh my God, there's like a 10:05 a.m. showing all the way to 10:45 p.m. So at some point tomorrow, I'll probably see it.
Well, I hope you like it.
Really good.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was fine. It's really good.
I don't have a problem. Yeah, like I mean, I can go into most things and have fun watching them. I don't have an issue with that at all. I think a lot of people, like I think people are apprehensive about movies these days because they're afraid to not. I think I think part of it too is a critical thinking of these movies is something that's lost on a lot of people because they don't have the time to sit back and really think about it because it's always like get ready for the next thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's where I really enjoy Avatar. Surprisingly, is like Avatar, I think, is a deeper movie than people give it credit for, especially the sequel.
It absolutely is. Yeah, I can't believe how people say it's just a rehash of the first one.
I mean, there's elements of it that do that thematically that
it's
rehash
like Terminator in that way.
Yeah, but it's like, but he does it in a way that makes you go like, okay, like if you want my honest opinion, Avatar 2 is a better movie than Avatar.
Oh, absolutely, it's
like,
a better movie.
Like Avatar 1, because I've I watched it again back in September when they had the re-release and shit. And like seeing it again in 3D was cool, but like it's long and you feel it when you're like, you're in a theater. But then it's like I watched it with my kid and just sitting and watching it on Disney Plus. I'm like, yeah, this is great. This is great. Like the tech, like I've seen it in the IMAX 3D. I've done all that, but I now just prefer to watch it in 2D.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to sit there and go see it in 3D again. Although I have a feeling my dad's going to want to.
How did you see Way of Water?
I saw it in Cinemark XD. So I saw it in their premium format with the high frame rate.
How was that?
Matt,
I did not care for the high frame rate.
I thought so. Yeah,
Matt, have you tried the 4DX yet?
No.
Yeah.
No cinemas around me have it, but I also live like in the middle of nowhere, kind of. So
I don't recommend it. That's how I watched Quantumania tonight, and my tailbone was aching at the end of it.
Yeah, I don't have like, I agree with Ryan. Not everything needs to be in 3D exactly. Where it's like, like I just love the theatrical experience. I love just going to a movie and getting into it, and like just kind of enjoying it that way. Like whatever it might, like, again, like I have my tickets for Cocaine Bear next week. I am beyond hyped for that. I hope it lives up to my expectations, which are ridiculously high.
It's already next week. Wow.
It's already next week, man. And then like you've got like a lot of movies coming out in March and everything, and there's a lot on streaming that's coming. I mean, like I said earlier, is you got Megan has the unrated cut dropping when, like next week or today or whenever the fuck it is.
Oh wow.
Let me look it up
They
here.
did something similar to Jurassic World Dominion. They released the theatrical release and the extended edition too. So
I haven't seen either.
Extended didn't add too much,
but did it make it a little bit bigger? A little bit.
It re-added that opening prologue. Do you remember? Did you ever see that?
The opening prologue, like
they released it as a trailer before. I think the last.
Yeah. It was like it showed like the different montages of the dinosaurs
and how the original T-Rex died. It was supposed to be sort of like it sets.
Oh, I didn't know that Rexy died.
No. It's like the original one that they cloned. They show how it died.
Oh, okay. Because like, here's the thing: is like I enjoyed Jurassic World immensely. I love that movie. I really liked Fallen Kingdom because I think Fallen Kingdom did a really interesting job in kind of like trying to make it a bit different, make it a bit more horror-y.
Yeah, I like that about it.
But
Fallen
it's like
franchise.
Dude, look, say what you will about Fallen Kingdom. That shot of the Bronchiosaurus on the dock.
Oh my god.
Right before the volcano just eviscerates it was like
depressing.
That was a powerful shot. That was a very well done scene. I mean, like, and plus, like, I like the military, like the military industrial complex aspects of it. The cloning was, I mean, like moving into human cloning was a little bit weird, but again, it makes sense.
So you didn't like the movie for Bryce Dallas Howard, is what you're saying?
I mean, I like Bryce Dallas Howard, but she is not my primary reason for seeing those movies.
She was my primary reason for seeing the first one.
That's fine. You can have
whatever gets you in the seat.
Whatever gets you there with your pants on. Hopefully,
my pants off.
Hopefully, only at home.
Settle down.
Jarbo, I think you found your theater jack off guy.
Oh, there we go. You're the Phantom Masturbator. Finally caught you. All these years.
Quick, Gerbo, I just want to say about Quantumania.
Yeah.
Toward the end of this movie, there's a character who has this moment of complete self-delusion that is utterly hilarious.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. And there's a lot of showings tomorrow.
I know what you're talking about. It's amazing.
But on that note, nice to meet everybody.
Good to see you, man.
Who else was in the chat? But it's 2 a.m.
Thanks,
and I'm going to bed, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
good
getting a little late here. It's after 1. I got to check out this here. We can check this out. It's like only 3.5 minutes. This is a trailer for a game called Carnival Hunt. This should be fun. I like violent video games, you know.
Killing clowns or something.
I don't know. I have no fucking idea. This is from Ryan Hartwell. What the fuck? All right, that's pretty fucking horrifying.
Yeah, I'm liking it so far.
Hell yeah, this should be a movie. Holy shit. The camera work is really good. Okay,
that's so far away.
I know that's so far away. 2022. What happened? How does time just? We have to wait all this time.
I didn't even catch that. Is it still being in production or what?
What did they say it was? It was a Beer Night Studio. Whatever is Beer Night Studio. Let's see here. Beer Night Studio.
Hopefully it didn't get canceled. That thing looked awesome.
It looks like they are currently in. You can sign up now to be part of the closed testing and be notified of the Kickstarter launch. Okay.
So when that they're in post-production?
I mean, they're in production, it looks like here.
Wait.
Okay, so it says, here's the Kickstarter. Carnival Hunt is a first-person asymmetric social horror multiplayer game. Play as either one of the carnival monsters or the bunnies. Okay. So kind of like Friday the 13th. It's going to be a bit like Friday the 13th.
That's what it seemed like in gameplay.
Yeah.
Seems cool.
Because I do like the asymmetrical thing with that, but this is going to sound weird, but I feel like what they should do is really heavily program the AI to be the villain.
I wish they would. I'm kind of getting tired of how many horror games are turning into these.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing, do you remember Fable Legends was going to be that? Was going to have that? It was going to be asymmetrical, where you had 4 players, your 4 heroes trying to navigate the maze, and you had one player being the dungeon master who was going to try to throw it all out there, and it ended up getting canceled. I saw there's tons of gameplay for it. You can find it on YouTube, but it's it ended up getting canceled. So my thoughts on that are just well, fuck, dude, see it through. But then again, I mean, there was also Turtle Rock Studios had Evolve, right? The guys behind Left 4 Dead, right? And they did Evolve, and Evolve, again, asymmetrical. You had 4 hunters and then 1 person playing the monster. And it was dead on arrival, And then I remember back in, what was it, 2017, when Friday the 13th came out, and that was fun. It had people playing it, but then still it's just once they had the rights issues and that whole thing got fucked up and the company wasn't allowed to update the game anymore, it just died. I mean, Dead by Daylight, I think at this point is
it totally replaced it. Yeah.
Yeah. The biggest one. What I want are games like The Hunt. I haven't played it because it's on console now, but I like the concept of it. Although I think it's kind of dead at this point, where what you've got is players go into a map and the object is not to combat. The object is to resource hunt. And then you can get into skirmishes with other people. You are trying to complete the missions inside the map, but you have other teams of hunters that you will have to contend with if that even pops up.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's you will end up if both of you, so you can get back, it's something along those lines would be really cool. It's the mission is to, you'll have your people that are going to want to hunt down the other hunters, but you'll have your other people that are just more defense players and they're just resource gatherers and things they just want to do it like that. And then it becomes this you could argue a griefing session, but at the same time, it kind of, in my mind, boils down to just get good.
And it has more variety for what you can be doing as a player too.
Yeah. I think it'd be kind of cool. We need a multiplayer SCP game. What's that? One where one team gets to play as the SCP. What is the SCP? Containment. Oh, is that the containment breach thing or secret laboratory? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that the Juggalos?
What is a juggalo? He drinks like a fish. I don't even know.
It's an interesting concept for a game.
Didn't they?
I wouldn't have thought of it.
A Killer Clowns from Outer Space asymmetrical horror.
That's coming. I think that's actually coming.
See, I was excited.
Oh yeah.
Little disappointed when I found out it's one of those. I kind of just want a single player horror game out of some of these IPs.
I think that's why Hello Neighbor does so well, because Hello Neighbor is like that to the point of where they've done an animated show.
Yeah, if you can make a show out of something, then it must be pretty good, I imagine.
Well, it might have been something they put together to for the release of of Hello Neighbor 2 or whatever. But again, I think Hello Neighbor is the same way, right? You go to the neighbor's house, you're trying to sneak around it.
Oh, this looks awesome. I love the art style.
Let me see. I'll bring it. I'll try to find something with that. Hello Neighbor. Let's see. All right, maybe Hello Neighbor 2 just because it's newer. I haven't even watched any of the, the Hogwarts Legacy shit. I just, because I want to play it, so I just haven't got around to even watching any gameplay of it since it's released. I actually thought about making a parody where it's 1 week since the release of Hogwarts Legacy and just go society hasn't
collapsed yet.
I catch a lot of shit from
turned into the queen of the world yet.
Yeah, it's all fun.
I am curious if they'll make a mod of the Hatred and Hogwarts Legacy, because I would play that to death.
I would love it. Well, yeah. I mean, I would love it if Hatred came to the Switch. We talked about that the other day, where they had, you know, like there was a reference to that a couple years ago. Obviously,
I remember it being in a Nintendo Direct. Like, I swear that happened.
They would not put that in a Nintendo
That
Direct.
game is awesome.
I mean,
and I also checked out Hong Kong Massacre.
Yeah, I just
recommend it. That's a good game.
Yeah,
awesome.
I got to download it to my. I bought it, but I have to download it. So here we can check out. This is the Hello Neighbor. This is just like some shit with it. So I don't even know really what's going on. It's a weird kid. Oh, I see. All right.
He's leaving his house to break into the neighbors, I guess.
I just like the vibe I get is like the people under the stairs, you know?
Yeah, it does have that.
Which, I mean, I don't know if anyone here loves that movie as much as I do, but it's wildly underrated in my opinion.
Pretty good.
Oh.
Is this Skywalker on his way to Saggy's house?
I don't know. Okay, security cameras are down, it looks like. So it's kind of a stealth horror game.
Is it a horror game?
I mean, it's I think it's like not direct horror, but it's intense. Because like if you look, there's like missing, you know, there's like
High stakes, Dennis the Menace.
Kinda. Do you really need scissors to cut through spider webs?
Oh, that's pretty cool. In a way, it's almost like a puzzle game.
Yeah. Oh, there's a security camera.
Oh, that's what that is.
I was not expecting this.
So, all right. So you put the camera up, and then what? You put the battery in the little the TV thing, and then you can like.
I want to know what happens if the neighbor catches you.
Rape. Just nothing but rape. Sorry, it's like 1:30 in the morning. I'm exhausted, so I'm just gonna say stupid shit.
I'm guessing something is horrific in this game because there's all this police tape everywhere.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know the story at all.
I wonder if
they,
it's like
they were emailing me about this. Like before it came out, they were like, I got emails from like press stuff about it. They're like, no, he takes you out for ice cream to celebrate the rape. Like what?
Yeah, before or after?
Before or after? No, it's got to be after. It's got to soothe the butthole.
Exactly.
Cones are shaped for a reason.
Nice.
Cones are shaped like, oh my god. Now remember, Billy, don't quench. Don't clench your cheeks. You don't want to crack the waffle cone. That gets you. It should be known that the views and opinions expressed in this clearly satirical commentary is not at all designed to make light of the plight of sexual assault from people breaking into clearly monstrous houses.
Abandoned homes.
Is this the official game commentary?
Yeah, sure. Nothing but rape. There you go. That's what we call it. That's the series of the channel. Saggy, damn, you still going? We're just checking out some shit here.
Hey, Saggy.
For what? Let's see here. Ryan says, but in all seriousness, he'd probably shove you in his basement, leaving you to rot. Yeah, no, probably. Yeah, I guess now you're trying to find like a picture collage to see what's there.
Oh no, that's just mean.
Cutting open a man's pillow. That's just terrifying. That's terrible. Just terrible.
Maybe he deserves it. What's coming to him?
Oh, an RC car?
Like, put the battery in. Now play. I mean, I guess you got to like take the battery out when you're done.
Yeah, I think you only have one.
Yeah, I don't. What is that, like luring the guy over?
Matt, did you like Toy Story 4? I can't remember.
I did like Toy Story 4.
How do you feel about Toy Story 5 coming out? Do you think it's too much finally?
I mean, if it's a Buzz-centric story and they don't make him dumb, then I'm okay with that.
Dude, that is my biggest problem with Toy Story 4 is the treatment of Buzz.
They really dumb down Buzz. Like,
I was
they really...
just ranting to a friend about that last week.
Yeah.
How the writing of Buzz in that movie is as if we never had any movies with that character before. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I just feel like Buzz... I also kind of feel like Buzz is just, like, complacent in his life. And maybe that's the element of it that they're talking about. It's like Buzz is just
possible. He does come across sort of that way.
Like he's with Jesse. He's happy. He has like nothing to worry about. They got Bonnie. There's toys. He doesn't have, because he already went through his identity crisis.
Yeah, a long time ago. He's pretty much
content.
Yeah, he's pretty content in life, unlike Woody. I'm curious what they could even do with Buzz at this point.
I don't know. I mean, as I've said, I really kind of feel, is the neighbor coming? I mean, that's where the rape comes in. I don't know what's going on here. They're going to find out. I want to see what's going on. This was like the most replay. Oh. 5-0. Is this the neighbor?
Seems to be having problems.
I can't quite open the door. I would argue that it's my programming, but in reality, I'm just... All right, two of the things. Is he gonna stab him? I mean, like, you got scissors. Right? Like, just stab him, motherfucker. Go for the jugular. KKK. What kind of game is this? What is happening? So much racism.
Champion loves that part.
Okay. Are these like distractions you can like put on to like distract them away or whatever?
I'm guessing this opens the door somewhere.
Okay. Now he's just stealing shit.
Did he even come in the house or not?
Yeah, this kid's like, I'm just gonna go in there and like cut up shit, and like clearly no one's gonna know that I'm fucking here.
Is he still fucking up with the door?
I can't tell.
Maybe he's the real antagonist of this game.
Well, like if you look, there's a house and there's the bad guy, and okay, so he's finally got the key.
I guess he's gonna get in the basement now.
Yeah, get in the basement. Yeah.
The guy still trapped in the front door.
Yeah. I think this is all like randomly generated too.
Oh, that's cool.
I think it's all randomly generated.
It seems like something that you'd only play once.
Yeah. Okay. Is this written by AI? Like, what's going on there? It's like the language is a little bit weird.
Maybe he's dyslexic.
Maybe. That's mean to dyslexic people. But yeah, maybe. Okay, now he's down to the... Okay, he's back down to the basement. Okay, now he's out of... Okay, so he's breaking out of the neighbor's house. Now it's nighttime? What? Did he fall asleep down there? Help me. Now, it looks like Benson didn't care for it. £2 here. Watch Quantumania. Marvel's done for me. It's garbage. I mean, that's a conversation to be had once I see it, buddy, but I'm sorry you didn't like it.
Do you think the reason there's so much blowback to this movie is because it's the start of Phase 5? People expect more or something?
Again, I think there's this. There might be too high of expectations. There might just be it might just be all set up and not enough payoff. That was part of the problem with Phase 4.
Reading the reviews yesterday, that's pretty much what all of them are complaining about.
I would say watch the movie. Judge it on its own merits.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think people were upset with Black Adam in any way because of this movie? If that's even relevant?
No, I don't know why they'd be upset with Black Adam because of this movie. I mean, I could be upset with Black Adam because it's Black Adam.
Oh.
You know?
I don't know. I'm just...
There's plenty of reasons to be upset with this.
I think everyone forgot Black Adam exists at this point.
Yeah, even The Rock's like, it's not even on my resume anymore. Like, he's like, just scrub it from my IMDb.
I kind of forgot that movie happened, honestly.
He's all like, can we just put Rampage 2 in its place? Just like everyone
I would take that, please.
I just think it's like, I feel bad for The Rock, kind of, because like he tries, but like it's just, you can't, Scott Derrickson said it best, right? You can't sacrifice quality for ambition. And that's kind of what The Rock does.
Then again, they did dick around Cavill, so shouldn't we feel more bad for him?
I think Cavill would still be around if Cavill didn't team up with The Rock, honestly.
Like I said, I think I think that hurt him in 2018. I think they pushed him to do more shit, right? To do more I think they pushed him to kind of dip out of doing movies for a little bit. But I also think that a big part of it was the Justice League was bad. It's just bad, and it just ruined it.
Holy shit, bro.
Yeah, why you wake up in bed? I don't know, Saggy. That's a good question. I don't even know what's going on here. This kid's spying on everybody? Is he in his own bed? Because that's pretty sus.
Hello, neighbor.
Your heart? That scared me. What the fuck, my heart?
That was actually genuinely creepy.
All right.
Can you go into all these houses or just that guy's?
I'm pretty sure you're I don't even know. There's a whole neighborhood. It's called a Hello Neighbor, not Hello specific neighbor across the street with the red door.
Just one.
This kid's like, I'm just going to rob all of you. I don't even care. Because you're all a bunch of murderers. Plushie, this is the second one. So we don't know what's going on. Is there a story that connects the two of them together? I have no idea. I just feel like this would make a really good Call of Duty Black Ops map. Because it's about what to expect from Treyarch, to be fair. Hey guys, look, it's the new Nuketown. Propaganda edition.
It's like first person Fortnite.
Yeah. That's the Rock's next vehicle. How about that? Peter Rabbit's Offender says, reminds me of Disturbia. That's another underrated movie.
That's what I accidentally said.
That movie's great.
I mixed
Suspiria? That's a way different film.
Yeah, whoops. Yeah, very different. Well, there are other characters.
Oh, it's now he's just breaking into a store and gonna open the cash register and steal money and shit. And this is the protagonist. We're supposed to care about this guy.
Little kid GTA.
Oh, fuck this kid.
Finally, we get Bully too. I've been waiting forever for that one.
It's not my Bully show.
What the fuck? Oh.
No.
Is that a Russian kitty?
Oh, you're right. It's like a nesting doll. That's cute.
Yeah. In Soviet Russia, kitten purrs you. Get the fish. What is he doing? Yeah, break a window. Bludgeon the cat to death. I don't know. Do something. Fucking.
Fuck the cat.
Do you think they're even going to reference Mutt in Indy 5?
I hope so.
They have to, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they could.
You know what it is? He's gonna die in Vietnam.
Yeah, I heard that was leaked or something. Right?
That's just where it's at. Where's Mutt? He's dead in Vietnam.
He's
Shit.
dead. Don't ask about him.
Don't ask about him. He didn't die. Did he die in battle? No, he died getting hurt from a woman that he paid for, Lady of the Night.
Are we gonna break the window? Oh my god!
Wow.
Yeah,
Who sent this in? Was it Command Unit?
No, this we're just.
Like
I think we just started
expansion?
talking. We just started talking
Warhammer?
about it. Yeah, here we go. It's War crowbar. Come on. I don't even know what the fuck is going on.
Is it true that Short Round's actor is coming back for Indy 5? Somebody told me that.
No, I mean, look, at this point, given the fact that he's up for Best Supporting Actor, and there's been a lot of resurgence in his career recently. He's in Loki season 2 even.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
He's gonna cameo.
I think he's in a cameo. Okay, so you got kicked out because you got caught. So now let's go back into the house.
back in.
So it's like a puzzle horror game.
Yeah, I actually like that aspect. It kind of feels like a 3D version of a what do you call it? Oh, what the hell do you call them? Old point and click adventures.
No, I mean a little bit.
It's kind of
Like-
got that vibe of
Like
revisiting.
Myst or whatever, or Maniac Mansion.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, I can see Maniac Mansion a little bit. That should be. They should bring that back. I don't.
Lose everything, I guess, if you get caught.
Oh, okay.
Because he took that earlier.
Right. It's like I've been playing the Hitman Freelancer mode, and the same thing. All your gear gets anything you bring with you on a mission gets lost if you die.
Oh, that sucks.
I fuck up a lot in that game.
That sucks.
Oh yeah, no, I've lost so many silenced pistols. I'm so pissed. I'm like, fuck. You know what it is? I'll complete the mission, and then on my way out, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna try to collect some of the stuff that's in the little stash pouches, and or because there's there's alternative challenges you can do. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go do that, and then I end up dying. I'm like, I should have just
you
left.
wasted your time. You lost everything.
I should. Yeah, it's gamble and lose, and I lose a lot in that game.
I really wish you're able to use human shields in the new Hitman games, like in Hitman Blood Money.
Oh, that'd be great, man. They really need to remaster Blood Money.
That's my favorite Hitman game.
They need to I like Contracts a lot too. So I enjoyed Contracts quite a bit. I mean, Hitman 2 was my first time playing the game.
Wait, I think they did remaster it, Matt. They released HD.
Well, yeah, but I mean a ground up remake is what I should say.
Yeah.
Because what I would like to see is I'd like to see Hitman 2 Silent Assassin imported into the world of assassination. Because now Hitman 1, 2, and 3 is all just Hitman, right? Like they've opened the whole thing up, and it's great. It's a really, really, really fun game.
You remember when they did the episodic shit with that back in 2016?
Yeah, that was a solid concept in my opinion.
Do you like that?
Yeah, because I mean, it gave you the opportunity to go through. You had a couple weeks to go through a mission, to really, really, really understand what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I found myself replaying the levels over and over again.
Oh, dude, I know the first game. I know those levels real well. Hitman 2. I know Miami really well, and Hitman 3 levels because I haven't played Hitman 3 as a game yet. I've just been playing the freelancer mode, so I've been learning the maps. There's a lot of shit in those levels though. Some of them are really good. Some of them aren't my favorite, but some of them are really good. But yeah, I do love. I enjoy playing the hell out of that.
It's really fun
because I figure I can play it, and it's my kids are generally running around, and it's not the most violent game ever, but my daughter will walk in and she'll see me knock somebody out. She's like, "Daddy, are you gonna kill that guy?" I'm like, "No, he's just sleeping."
Have you ever done the kill everyone challenge?
That's very difficult to do in a Hitman game. I've seen some people do it online where they've knocked everybody out and then they drug them over. And they used a bomb and blew everybody up.
That's the best.
And I'm like, that kind of shit, you're looking at like 3 hours to do that. You know, without
Work
getting
every minute,
without getting caught, or without getting killed. Really. So that's a, yeah, it's fun. I do need to finish The Witcher 3. Freelancer mode came out and I tried it and I got hooked on it. And I knew that was going to happen. But then,
I have
yeah.
Question. Sorry, The Witcher 3. Okay, is that like any of the Assassin's Creed games? Like the same style? What would you compare it to? Because I haven't seen proper gameplay of it.
The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt is, I mean, dude, the game's like 8 years old in May.
Yeah, I know.
I would argue, so it's third person, and I mean, so third person action adventure, you know, sword game or whatever. Part of it, a big part of it is, you know, like you have like powers, right? You have like your different spells, and you can upgrade them, and you can upgrade your weaponry, and you know, things like that. And it's fun. The world is massive. There's a lot of little side quests to do. And it takes forever. It's huge. Like when I say it's massive, I mean like it's absolutely massive. And so I mean, like, you know, you can easily like log in a shitload of time, like doing that, playing that game. And you know, there's a bunch of different monsters to kill, a bunch of different, like, I mean, you brutally murder people like when you fight them. Like you'll fight bandits and it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna take you out back and cut off every limb. And you can kill.
I'm just wondering if it's up my alley because I play Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I feel like I gravitate to that game.
Okay, more, I mean, I like Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I'd say
similar to that.
This is definitely better writing than Assassin's Creed Odyssey, although I did really enjoy Alexios quite a bit. Like, you know, I had fun. The bounty hunter mode system in Odyssey was great.
Great game.
It is like people bitch about fucking Assassin's Creed. The game is the gun. Like, no, fuck off, man. Like, I love Assassin's Creed games. Like, they're fun. You know, like they are so just what they are. And after all this time now, you know, was it 15 years of Assassin's Creed? If you don't know what it is you're getting yourself into, then, like, you know, what are you doing? What I've heard though is that they're remaking the original. I've heard rumors of that, but this new Mirage one that's coming out should be a lot of fun.
Can't wait.
I think for me though, like the biggest thing I want to see out of the Assassin's Creed franchise is I'd love to see, like, you know, more variety in some of the gameplay. Like, well, I should also say what I also want is a lot of a more streamlined open world. You know, like Odyssey is massive. Like, it's so massive. And it's fun, but, you know, there's also so much to do in that game, right? Like, it's... What do we... Okay, I see.
Well, Matt, I don't think you get the opening credits for Assassin's Creed Odyssey until, like, about 2 hours into the game.
Yeah. I mean, it really is after you've hung off of Zeus's dick. You know, because that's the thing. By the way, Swoozy, no, we're just watching this. I don't even know why. I said I was going to go to bed like an hour ago, and we're just kind of watching this gameplay to see what happens.
Almost like we're watching a Let's Play of you, Matt.
Sure, if
like,
people want to
game?
think I'm playing this game, yeah, by all means.
Drop some super chats.
Yeah. Where's the fucking supers, dog? Let's get it going, guys. Woo. No, you guys have been very generous tonight. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate that.
No problem.
I just wish the fucking 30% wasn't there. That's the only thing. But I got to figure out a way to eventually get around that. Let's see.
Careful, Saggy doesn't hear you saying that. She'll get defensive of that.
Oh, I know.
Love you, Saggy.
Yeah, we were just talking about Hello Neighbors and looked up a Let's Play. We've just been watching it. I don't even know why. Honestly, that might be more of a fucking, like, that might be more of a show than anything else. Just be like, yeah, we're just gonna like put on Let's Plays and talk. and make jokes and shit.
Stranger things have happened on Hollywood After Dark.
You know what? I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to disagree at all.
I was gonna say my only experience with Assassin's Creed was that movie, and I had no idea what the fuck was going on.
I never I never saw the movie.
It was not good.
Don't watch it.
Yeah. I like Michael Fassbender. I like Marion Cotillard, whatever her name is. You know, it's like I'm like, cool, man. I love Assassin's Creed, and then it's just like, what in the ever-loving shit is this?
So confused. I thought I was watching like a Sci-Fi Channel movie. I didn't even know those games were about that.
It's not Assassin's Creed.
Okay, because I was like,
Like they just tacked on.
Thank you, Swoozy. Really appreciate that. Yeah, great gameplay. I know. I'm doing wonders. We're owning this game. It's on autopilot, guys. That's how great I'm going. David Riley here. Great. Good morning. I missed the stream yesterday. What happened? I fell asleep. That's really what happened. I fell asleep.
Thought something happened to you.
Yeah, I got messages about that. I literally just fell asleep. That's all it was.
That was my first thought because I've been there.
I was just like, I laid down at like, I think I laid down like at 7:30, and I'm like, I'm just gonna like nap for like an hour, and I woke up and it's like 11:45, and I'm like, oh.
No,
shit.
Matt, that's too simple of an explanation.
Yeah.
Something happened. You're not telling us.
I'm not. Yeah, no. I'm good. If anything happened, people like, Max and Saggy and RJ all have my number. They would call me, but no. But thank you for that, David, for the concern. Thank you. So
Matt, you secretly died yesterday.
Ryan says we had to talk amongst ourselves. You didn't miss much. I feel bad because I thought I deleted the stream, but apparently the stream was left up till today because StreamYard didn't delete it from YouTube.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I was going back and forth between chatting there and being on Enoch's stream. So
yeah, well, Enoch was streaming, so at least there was something to watch.
What a missed opportunity, Matt. You should have turned on super chats like Campia.
The super chats were already on. They're on all the time. Campia used to do that too. He would program the live stream at like midnight, right? And then like you would go at midnight when he would launch it or whatever, and then there would already be super chats like right there. Like he would wake up and he already would have made like $300.
What the hell?
And you're like, that is Kino when it comes to a solid fucking grift, right? Like, well, I can't really call it a grift. People get the value out of it, so they're, and that's fine.
Did he even read them when he went on later?
I mean, yeah, he does.
Oh,
But
okay.
I mean, it got to the point of where it's like they get to be too much.
So he can't read them?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, Grace Randolph kind of does it the right. I don't want to say does it the right way, but she does it a way where she's like, for her live streams, it's like you got to be a channel member and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, look, if Hollywood After Dark was pulling in like 3,400 people, which would be great. I don't even fucking know how I would handle that. That's just way too many. That's a lot of people, But I was checking out yesterday. Critical Drinker was streaming. 9,700 people were watching. And I'm like, fuck, dude. That's insane. So, but
that sounds impossible to deal with.
I mean, like, it is difficult. So at that point, you really can only do super chats. And even then, it's like, they're just like, there's a lot that come on in. Nick Ricada, who's a YouTube lawyer type guy, he actually said, because he gets like 3,000 people watching him nightly and everything else.
Eagle guy?
Not the Legal Eagle. No, Legal Eagle is, no, Ricada's like a right winger,
Very different.
He was heavily involved in the Vic Mignogna situation. And whatever.
Oh,
but
the anime dub guy.
Yeah. And so but he gets, he basically told people, he's like, look, I'm only going to read your super chats if they're like $20.
Damn.
And dude, he fucking streamed the the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and like he started streaming these cases.
Oh, I got recommended this guy's channel once. I know who you're talking about. It was during that time, and I was like, why the fuck
dude,
are
like
you...
I think for like the Johnny Depp thing, it was estimated that like in those 6 weeks he made $100,000.
Damn.
Just live streaming the trial. So many people made so much money. I didn't talk about it. Really. I think I might have mentioned it once or twice, but like I wasn't gonna I wasn't gonna dive into that shit. I didn't fucking care. You know.
The Johnny Depp stuff, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I like Johnny, but it's, you know, I think they're both terrible for each other. You know, but I'm not gonna sit there and, like, you know, I don't get into that kind of shit anymore.
Yeah, I like Johnny for his acting. I don't give a hell. Like, I don't give a shit what he does in his personal life.
Yeah.
Plus, that's Saggy's job to do all that.
Yeah, Miss, I don't cover drama. She said that today too. She said that on the stream. She's all like, I don't really cover drama, like, or I don't milk clickbait. I'm just like, really? Have you not, like, seen your channel?
No. And Saggy does makeup tutorials.
Sure.
Didn't you know?
Yeah, I agree with you, Ryan. There are better things to talk about. There are.
We love you anyway, though, Saggy. Just saying.
Oh, I posted a picture of her latest live streams, you know, and I'm like, these are clickbait. These are clickbait. These are clickbait. And she started coping hard. It was funny. I don't know if she's still awake or not. It's almost 5 a.m. her time, but, like, she's just gonna bitch me out for that one. Let's see.
Now, speaking of live streaming, does Campia require you to be a channel member to give him a super chat?
I don't think so. I don't know.
No. Don't have to be a channel member.
And listening
But
to it live.
good luck getting your super chats read if you ever do send one in. Because there's just so many, you won't read them.
Yeah, well, I get that too. It's like, you know, there are nights where I get so many even on here, and it's like I try to catalog them, but it's like I like to keep on topic because I have OCD. So, like, if I jump around, I just get lost, you know? And so, like, I like to focus things in order to get there. So, but sometimes I forget stuff, you know, and I'm like, oh shit. And so I don't want people to think like I'm ignoring them. The hardest thing though is like when the karaoke stuff comes in, because I'm just like, come on, guys, like, come on, what are you doing?
While you're in the middle of reading an article.
That was that was a very generous tip though last night.
Yeah,
or the other night. Yeah.
Do Piano Man. Like, all right. I'm gonna fuck this up. I'm just gonna William Shatner this shit going forward.
Dance, monkey, dance.
It's pretty much, yeah.
And the funny thing is, you always lose viewers every time you sing.
No, Matt has a beautiful voice.
I mean, I don't mind losing the viewers on that because it's like they know what's up. You know, because they just don't want to fucking hear it. Yeah, Willie, we're just watching someone play Hello Neighbor. I don't even know why at this point. Probably
Matt, take the credit. Just take the credit.
Yeah. I mean, if I could do Let's Plays like through StreamYard, I totally would. You know, like that'd be kind of fun. Like, but for me, I'd just be like, let's hook in like my Nintendo Switch or something and like play fucking Dead Cells or, you know, an odd Switch game. Because I just like the Switch. I like how weird it is. You've been spotted. Get in the closet, boy.
Switch is definitely probably the best console I've ever owned in my life, honestly.
I just can't believe that it's been 6 years and they're just like herd-a-dur on a Switch Pro.
I don't want them to.
Yeah.
Every year they don't do it, I'm so grateful.
Okay, well, do you think that Zelda Tears of the should be $70? No.
Well, to be honest, I feel like they haven't shown us much of it still. It feels like they're holding back because it seems weird to me how little they've shown of this game and also said that. The $70 thing, I mean.
Yeah, it's stupid to do $70 for that shit.
But for the sheer content, though, I mean, there's so much game there. But the only issue is that it's not, you know, quality-wise, like visuals, it's not up there.
I have a feeling that there's 2 maps and they haven't shown us that yet, and that's why. Because it seems weird to me. I think it's gonna do like an Ocarina of Time thing where there's technically 2 maps in it because of that.
Oh, I mean, that would make some sense. It's just like, I understand that it takes time to do all this shit, you know?
It needs a new game plus. That's what it needs.
It just needs to like lessen, and like lessen or strengthen the durability of the weapons.
Yeah, that was a big problem because nothing has any value anymore in that first game.
Yeah.
You find a treasure and then you break it immediately.
You're like, oh wow, look at this game, look at this sword, it's awesome. Oh my god, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, dead.
Yeah, they don't last long.
But then it's like, then you,
sword would break.
Yeah, God, or then you get into the whole like cooking mama side of that thing too.
I forgot.
You know, it's all like, yeah, here, you want to like, you need to get this recipe. I mean, the cooking thing, like, there's a lot of cool elements in you know, Breath of the Wild. There really is. Like, there's a lot of really good elements in that game, and they've done a good job with it. I think the biggest problem is just like, you know, what are they going to do with this new one? I'm excited for Pikmin 4 though.
I was just gonna say, if you don't like the crafting in Breath of the Wild, you're not gonna like it because now they added more because you're crafting vehicles now.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, I should say if they give you something what feels like, if it feels like interesting to craft, then like that's the thing, right? Like,
yeah, crafting vehicles is better than crafting food.
Yeah, it's like, my God, I need to remember what this recipe is, but I just made like a tire.
I only ever cooked like one thing ever.
You see, Datude Vince here says video games have never been affected by inflation. N64 games were $50 in the mid 90s. Yeah, they were.
Yeah, I'm worried they're gonna start pricing everything $70 soon. Like,
well, they are. I mean, even like fucking Hogwarts Legacy right now is $70.
Are you serious?
Yeah. All these newer games. All these newer games. AAA games. So I'm like, you know what? Here's the thing with that. Like, I'm 40. I've got a catalog. I don't have as much time to game as I would like. I can wait.
Yeah,
and these
same.
games go on sale. They go on sale quick.
Problem for me is I only play Nintendo games pretty much, and they never go on sale.
Yeah, Matt. Zelda's not going to go on sale. And if it does, $5 maybe.
No, I know. I'll buy it. Look, I'll buy it at 70. Okay, those motherfuckers are gonna get they'll get their goddamn pound of flesh. Okay, what the fuck was that thing in there?
I know I'll do it.
Yeah, I know.
My problem is I just don't have time for it. I just spent so much time playing the last Pokemon game, and now those open world games just take weeks to months to beat for me because I don't have much time for them. I'm not ready for another huge open world game yet.
I mean, I like my favorite types of games are the open world types of games, right? But that's where it's like
fun. They just take so long.
Yeah, but that's what I really enjoy about Hitman is that it's like the maps can be pretty big, but once you start to learn the intricacies, it's really not so bad. You just kind of know how, like, you just have to figure out like the mechanics and how to get through it. You know, like, how do I distract this guy to get him to a place where I can take him out unnoticed? And sometimes you simply can't. Like in the freelancer mode, which is basically like roguelike, it's just, you know, it feels like some of those people are just like, yeah, okay, I have to just pop. I just have to kill him and like run. You know?
Is it like permadeath?
No, it's not permadeath. But you do lose your, you do end up losing your gear that you brought with you into the mission, and then like you get freelancer gear that you can buy, like, you know, crowbar, lockpick, things like that. That like you'll lose the freelancer gear if you die, but you can, any weapon you bring out of the map, you get a keep. It's also any weapon you bring into the map, if you die, you lose it, or if you leave it behind, you lose it. So like one of the things I went to was like, it was like, oh, kill like 3 guards with the submachine gun. And I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. Because I'm looking at the map, and I'm like, there's no guards with submachine guns here. You know, it's all like, you know, so I had to bring in a silent submachine gun that I had bought for like $15,000 and got out of a mission. And I'm like, ooh, shit, you know, and then I had to be really careful with it because I didn't want to end up like losing everything. And then I still died and lost it.
It's like how when I play RPGs, I'm always like, oh, I don't want to use that item yet. And then I'm at the end of the game and I hoarded all the good items and never used them.
Well, no, that happens. That's actually like, that's a phenomenon that actually happens.
Is there a name for that?
I forget what it's called, like, but it's a thing developers know. Like, you know, you're so funny about this open world shit, right? Is like developers, if you look at your achievements or your trophies, they'll show you how many people actually have beat the game.
Oh, really?
And if you look, it will be like, you know, especially on PlayStation, they'll tell you like how many percentage of gamers have actually beat the game.
It's like none of them, I bet.
And you get to the end and you'll see like it's like 4%. And so developers know at this point that only 4% of people who have played this game have beat this game.
So they'll front load the games, I guess.
So they front load the games in order to get you in, to get you to play them, right? Like that is.
I mean, you can't blame them, honestly, as much as that sucks. They're not getting much incentive to put much effort into everything else if nobody's playing through everything.
Yeah, Ryan, this is a what is this right here? This is Hello Neighbor 2 full game walkthrough, no commentary. We're like halfway through. I don't even know what's going on. We're just talking over it. That's all.
He hasn't been in the neighbor's house in ages, I feel like.
Yeah, we're just talking over it. That's fine. You know, I might even just start doing this, like put on a Let's Play and just start watching Let's Plays and just invite people on. We'll just talk over this shit. It just gives people something to watch. But no, I think what were we talking about? It was a.
Oh, they front load games.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
the plays past the openings.
I mean, if you look at like the Assassin's Creed games, even it's like you feel like there's a lot to do in those first couple hours, you know, and then it's like after that you get into the main game, but you get some like The Witcher especially. That game is not front loaded; it's just loaded. There are missions all over the place, and it's like, you know. What's funny though is like the currency system is a little crazy, because like you'll get a sword, like you'll kill a bad guy, you'll get a sword, and the sword sells for like $1, right? And then like you sell it to the guy, and then you go, oh shit, I didn't mean to sell that to you, and you want to buy it back. No, it's like now it's like $300, and you're like, wait, what? No, how does? I mean, I'm exaggerating, but it's like still like, what? How the fuck did that happen?
That's ridiculous.
So
appreciation.
Yeah, instantaneous appreciation. It's all like, you know.
That happens in Borderlands a lot too.
God, Borderlands. I refuse to give Randy Pitchford money. I legitimately refuse to give him money if possible. I hate Randy Pitchford.
What's so bad about him?
It's for me. It's Alien Colonial Marines is what did it.
Oh my god!
So they got the money from Sega to make that game.
Oh my god!
And they ended up taking part of the budget from Colonial Marines and putting it into Borderlands 2 to finish that game. And then they didn't even.
That game fell apart.
Well, they also didn't quality control the AI, so it was buggy as fuck.
Wasn't it only one script was wrong? Like one guy fixed it?
It was like one code, like one line. And some guy fixed it, and then all of a sudden the game worked again. It's like, well, you guys didn't.
Unplayably bad. How bad the AI was.
I mean, I when the game came out, I rented it from Redbox, and my friends and I went through it one night on like extreme difficulty mode, and we co-opted it, and that was actually pretty fun, even though it was like not difficult. You know, and so, but then like the next year, Alien, what was
Isolation.
it? Isolation came out, and that game is so good.
I know. It just made Colonial Marines look even worse than it already was.
Oh my god, I was so mad.
Dude,
like,
they had been making Colonial Marines forever. I remember reading about it in magazines in like middle school.
I mean, well, the thing is like, yeah, it's like that's the weird thing with the Alien franchise is like you get some people that I would argue that if you were to ask most people how they want to approach an Alien game,
they would want Aliens.
They want Aliens over Alien.
See, I'm the opposite.
I mean, I'm kind of the opposite. Like, I want both, but it's like I like Alien Isolation for like the fear. That game like really did a good job with the with like the AI hunting you down.
More of an Aliens than Aliens.
But it's like, but I can understand that why people would want to play Aliens as like playing a Colonial Marine and then, taking on the xenomorphs and things like that. It's a different vibe, but it's like the fact that they fucked up that game so bad, it's just fucking terrible. And it makes me.
The last license game I ever had any interest in, and they fucking bombed so bad with that thing.
Yeah, it's like people just. I think that's the thing. Like when it comes to Alien, there's so much there that's fascinating, and everything else, and it's like the world is fascinating, the characters are fascinating, the xenomorphs are, and then you get shit like fucking like Covenant.
I was about to bring up Covenant. I mean, am a Covenant fan.
I don't hate Covenant or nothing like that.
I loved it.
I think it's like I need to watch it again. I saw it when it came out back in 2017. And so like I gotta watch it again, but it's just like because Prometheus, I was kind of I'm a defender of Prometheus.
Same. I do like Prometheus a lot.
I feel like the best thing about Prometheus is like, for me specifically, is the cinematography is god tier, like god tier.
Gorgeous. That movie's incredibly beautiful.
It is. The soundtrack is great. It's all good. I think, but then when I look at like Covenant, I'm just like, I feel like Ridley Scott fucked over Neil Blomkamp in order to get Covenant made. But I wonder what it would have been like if they would have actually gotten, Alien 5 off the ground.
Well, I think we're going to see something essentially like that with the direction Disney's going, which means we're going to get something like that, but inferior to Blomkamp's vision. It'll be an Aliens homage, but without a good creative vision behind it like we would have had with
I just see, here's the thing with that, right? Is Fede Alvarez is now, I think he's directing it now. Alien Romulus or whatever the fuck it's called.
It has a name?
It has a name, yeah. So there's two Alien projects. So you've got
there's a movie and there's a TV series.
Yeah, there's a movie and a TV show, and I think they're both going to Hulu. Although at this point, I fully expect Iger to start putting the Hulu originals in theaters, with the success of like Prey and.
I wish Prey went to theaters. Damn.
Dude, well they screened it in in San Diego and shit during Comic-Con.
Oh bullshit. That movie was so good. I was shocked how good that turned out.
I know. Dan Trachtenberg did a really good job. People call you gotta love Critical Drinker. Like, the game. It's woke. It's a woke movie.
People think that about Prey.
They thought that at first because it was a girl playing. It was a female, a young female hunter.
I'm not even gonna bring up the Ellen Ripley obvious response.
Yeah. No. That's the thing. None of those assholes get. It's so weird. Like, it's so weird. They'll be like, you do realize that, like, women, like, they usually lead these kind of sci-fi franchises.
Yeah, Sarah Connor.
Yeah, Ellen Ripley, fucking, that's the thing. And
Elektra.
Okay, we don't go there. We don't have to go there. That's.
Predator never did, but even in the old Dark Horse comics from back in the day, there was
Alien v Predator and Requiem.
You're right. AVP had that female lead.
So did Requiem. They both did.
I totally forgot. Yeah, there was she wasn't, I guess, because AVPR kind of had multiple leads, I guess.
Well, I'm talking about the military woman, the adult.
Oh, yeah.
I could see that. Like, I agree with you. There were definitely multiple people in that one. See, I actually defend AVP Requiem quite a bit.
I like Requiem.
It's not terrible. It's just like, it's not great. It's not like but it's violent as fuck.
Finally getting aliens on Earth, I couldn't complain about what I got.
Yeah, and then the Praelian killing them and everything else. What about like when the alien breaks, the Praelian goes into the fucking maternity ward, dude?
I knew that was coming up, dude.
Like, that shit was crazy as fuck.
That movie
I think AVP had the best movie tagline I've ever seen.
Was it? Their war, our world. Whoever wins, we lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that quite a bit. I went to the midnight show of AVP when it came out back in the summer of 2004.
I was there. Dude,
And then
the MPAA rating for AVP always makes me laugh because on my VHS tape for it, do you know why it's rated PG-13?
No.
One of the reasons is listed as slime.
What?
I don't know of any other movie that has a rating due to slime, but that's the only one I've seen.
Dude, you guys know I hate the MPAA, so it's like
that's probably one of the dumbest things they've ever done.
It's just so stupid.
Slime.
Slime.
Bad?
It's like, it's not cum, it's slime.
You slimed me.
It's Bukkake all over again.
I don't think AVPR was rated R for slime.
No, it was definitely rated R for a lot of other reasons.
Infanticide.
Yeah, killed kids. Movie killed kids.
Multiple
children. Yeah.
A child.
Yeah, you gotta fucking
ass.
Willie here is asking, what was with the underground temple in AVP? That was the hunting ground.
And it was awesome.
Yeah, that was the predators brought the xenomorphs there to spawn them and then hunt them. That's why there was the queen.
Sacrifice themselves to the gods by using them as incubators.
Yeah, which is such a weird thing. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that was some ancient alien shit back before it was more common and stuff, actually.
God, I was actually watching a video on YouTube last night about like aliens. This guy's looking at like what's really being talked about, like what people have really talked about.
Like the UFOs recently, you mean?
Yeah, the UAP shit, and it's fascinating. It was actually really good, and he made fun of ancient aliens having like destroyed the discourse.
It really has. It's actually sad how much ufology and conspiracy theory shit is just destroyed compared to where it was in the 90s.
I mean, back then, dude, we had sightings back in the 90s, right? Like, sightings was at least so, I don't want to say factual, right? But they treated it with a modicum of respect, it felt like. You know, like there was one episode in sightings where like the hosts went to like the front gate of fucking Area 51, you know, and like talked about that and shit. And it's like they talked about like the white airplanes that went in to all that, you know, the scientists being dropped off and shit. Yeah, Ryan here says, My Bloody Valentine and Friday the 13th movies got the worst treatment from the MPAA. Yeah, man. And the funny thing too, Ryan, is that like nowadays the MPAA wouldn't even blink at that shit.
I know. They completely wrecked those Friday the 13th edits, like, and we'll never get to see the full movies because of them. It's depressing.
Yeah, well, what is it like? Because I was watching My Bloody Valentine for the Patio commentary, and I liked that movie actually quite a bit. I thought it was like, it was cheeky in a fun way. It was all the angry Canadians.
Yeah.
It was just like someone there like to start yelling and like the accents start coming out. Yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit.
The miner's fucking cool. He's really creepy looking.
He is, yeah. It's a good villain. I just think it's funny that the who the killer is and what his name is and how I should have seen that coming.
Do you remember that film from the early 2000s? It was just called Valentine. Was that based off of My Bloody Valentine? Like
they
a remake of it or something?
They did a 3D remake in 2009 called My Bloody Valentine 3D, which I did see in theaters, and I'm telling you right now, I don't remember a fucking thing of it. Like, I remember a couple of the kills, but other than that, I have very little recollection of it.
That was the one that was in 3D, right?
Yeah, with Jensen Ackles.
It was really dark and really shit. And I remember thinking it felt very similar to that Prom Night reboot that sucked ass, too. They were the lower end of those horror remakes we were getting in the 2000s.
There's, like, so many good, like, horror movies that you could make.
I know.
And it's like, they just go, yeah, let's just remake these 80s films because we can do it for cheap. And then people will come up and go see it and everything else. And I'm just like, that's just so dumb. I'm so over that shit. It's kind of one of the reasons why like all like the Japanese horror remakes that came over to the States, I thought they were all so stupid. People were like losing.
So pointless. It's just I can't watch things subbed apparently, so I have to have it remade 1 year later.
Yeah, I know. Like Sarah Michelle Gellar in The Grudge.
Gore Verbinski got.
Oh my god! Yeah.
No, well, okay. Ring was actually pretty decent.
Yeah, Ring was probably the best one.
Ring was good. There was one Jessica Alba was in called The Eye, which I thought was okay. You know, but some of those were like there was one called what was it? God, like Murder.com or something.
Fear.com.
Fear.com with
Fear.com.
Stephen Dorff and Natasha McElhone.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, we had that at the drive, and that movie was dark as fuck. It was such an interesting concept, though, right? It really was. Like, uh-oh. How does he... Okay, that guy's the killer. Why is he throwing you out?
I know. That should be a game over.
Yeah. I mean, Ryan here says, I really liked Gore Verbinski's Ring. What about the end of Ring 2? When she just goes like, I'm not your fucking mother, and like... like shuts the well shut on Samara. You're like, all right, whatever.
God, you just reminded me that Rings happened. I totally forgot.
I didn't even bother with it.
Dude, Rings had a badass opening scene, and then the rest of the movie was fucking awful.
You know what I got to give credit to is the 2005 House of Wax.
Dude, I was gonna bring that up earlier.
Oh yeah.
Was making. I mean, that Carnival game we were looking at was making me think of that movie.
A little bit, yeah. Like the thing with that.
like sets everybody up as mannequins on strings and stuff. I love that remake. It's awesome.
You know, well, you got to give credit to Paris Hilton on that.
I do.
Because she acknowledged that people like went to go see that movie because it killed her.
Yeah,
you know,
she's smart. She knew how to market both sides. People that loved her, people that hated her.
Yeah. Yeah,
Matt,
she did
that finger scene in the movie gets me every time. With the finger.
He chops them off.
Yeah, yeah. Ooh.
No, what gets me in that one is like when the guy's waxed at the end, but he's still alive, and you just see the eyes move. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god.
Oh, he's awesome.
Who directed that one?
I actually don't remember, but that's actually a really good horror remake. It's one of the better ones for sure.
The timeless classic.
I never could get over how the villain looks like Tommy Wiseau.
Oh, it was oh god, it was the director of fucking Black Adam.
Are you serious? Well, that movie's better than Black Adam. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
Wait, did Henry Cavill cameo in that one too?
No, you see, he did House of Wax. He did The Orphan. He did The Shallows.
Wait, he did The Orphan?
He did the first Orphan, yeah.
Oh man.
He also did Unknown, Nonstop, Run All Night, and The Commuter. Did 4 films with Liam Neeson.
Nonstop was good too.
Nonstop was fucking awesome.
And then he tanked his career with Black Adam.
And, well, no. Not only that,
All
we
those
got
movies are pretty good.
we got to go back. The one what was right before Black Adam,
I'm not sure.
Jungle Cruise.
Oh boy, I never even saw that,
Haven't seen
and I
it.
felt it wasn't worth it.
Jungle Cruise. I watched it when it came out. I
Was
watched
that
it.
a bad movie though, or was
No,
it just
it's
like?
not. It's not bad. Like, imagine if Disney did something that was like the Uncharted movie. Like, okay, so you guys play the Uncharted games?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how like the second half of the Uncharted game always has like, well, 1 and 2 at least, and I think 3, but they always had like you had your human enemy and then you had your supernatural element.
Okay.
Like, okay, so like in the first Uncharted game, it's like they're trying to find El Dorado, right? And in the process, they come across these like creatures that are kind of just like zombie Nazis to an extent, or like kind of like mutated or whatever. And then in the sequel, they go to find the Tree of Life, and they find the tribe that lives at the Tree of Life, you know, and like so they're all blue because that's like what the tree does to them. And everything. So there's always this like supernatural kind of element to it. And that was what happened in Jungle Cruise, was like, you know, you find out that The Rock is tied to...
He was a conquistador, right?
He was a conquistador that got cursed. And so like he's the one that's been alive for like 400 years.
I think they were trying to go for a Pirates of the Caribbean thing with that.
They were really trying to. Yeah, wasn't like Ephraim Ramirez was like the bad guy in that one?
I think so,
and like
yeah.
he literally like kind of came back like a fucking Captain Barbossa sort of thing, you know. And then it's like just like they had, what was it? The guy who played fucking Todd in what was it?
Jesse Plemons.
And I like Jesse Plemons. Thank you. I like Jesse Plemons quite a bit. They had him as the bad guy, as like some German prince, you know, and you're like, all right, like what the fuck and shit. And it's like and then they get to the end, and guess what? It's the Tree of fucking Life, you know, just like fucking Uncharted 2, dude. Like, I was like, all right, whatever. Like, it just wasn't, you know, it was just The Rock playing The Rock, as, you know, he's like, hi, I've been living in the Amazon for centuries now, and I don't have an accent.
Did he even try to have a Spanish accent in that?
No. He'd get canceled in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me? He'd get canceled in a heartbeat. Like, that's what would happen. It'd be like if I tried speaking with a Spanish accent.
A lazy excuse for him to not have to act.
Yeah, it will do. That's why he didn't have an accent with fucking Black Adam either, man.
I know.
They were like, we just don't want to distract the audience with The Rock having an accent. It's like, okay, so you didn't want to distract the audience with The Rock actually acting. Gotcha. Because I bet you they tried and it was just terrible.
I'm sure they tried, and it probably... I don't know if he ever has done an accent in anything.
I mean, I just want to see him do a movie where he's from South Africa.
Oh my god.
You know, just to see how that plays out.
Has he ever done an accent in any role?
I don't believe so.
Has he ever done a role where he plays not just himself?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, there's like Southland Tales, and he was pretty good in
Pain and
that.
Gain.
Pain and Gain.
Yeah.
I would even argue like the Scorpion King and even the Rundown back in the day.
Oh yeah,
Rundown was great.
The Rundown was great. Peter Berg did such a good job directing that movie. Would love to see him do more with that. Like, I was kind of surprised. Peter Berg has just done like some weird movies too. You know, people always like to give Battleship shit, but you know what? That movie was fucking fun.
I like Battleship. That was fun as hell.
Yeah, like when they bring back the Arizona
the
veterans, and it's just like the play of the AC/DC bit, just to fuck the montage. But it's like then you have like the actual like army guy who lost his legs in battle, and he's like fighting cyborg aliens and shit, and you're like, but that guy's really from the military. Like he really lost his legs in battle. You know, and
Yeah,
that's the B. That's like the B plot line of that movie.
It felt like more like a Roland Emmerich movie than the movies Roland makes now.
Well, it felt like Michael Bay. It felt like Michael Bay
did.
light, like a competent Michael Bay. Like if Michael Bay gave a fuck. Like that's how I view Battleship. Like that movie came out Memorial Day weekend, like 2012. So it's been over 10 years now and shit. And it was just like people were just like roasting it, and then like
even before it came out, they were making fun of it.
Yeah, you know, and I go see it in the theater, and like I enjoyed it. But here's the funny thing: is like my girlfriend. This is true. We're watching the movie. We get about halfway through, and she goes, "Hey, I think I dropped my house keys. I'm gonna go look for them." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then like I'm like watching the movie and shit, and I come out of the movie, and she's not back yet, and I'm like,
"Did she leave?"
I'm like, "Where did you go?" Because she came back, and she's like, "Oh yeah, no, I went home to see if they were in the apartment. I just used your keys." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." I'm like, "Were they there?" She's like, "No, they were just in the floorboard of the truck."
So she just wanted to leave.
I think she just wanted to leave. Like,
I think it was
just
a pretty
admit
long
you went to
movie.
IKEA across the street. That's all you got to do.
I think wasn't it over 2 hours? It was a pretty long movie.
I enjoyed the fuck out of it. I didn't care. I was having a blast.
Yeah, I think it's fun from start to finish, honestly.
Yeah, it's like and Rihanna like has like only like 64 lines I think in the entire movie, or not even that. Like she had like very few lines, but Taylor Kitsch. I think Taylor Kitsch like was you know gonna do pretty well. You know, but then he just kind of had that it was just really, I think, John Carter kind of fucked him up, you know, and then Battleship didn't really help, but, you know.
He was a good, what's the character from X-Men? He was good. Gambit?
Oh, he was
a good Gambit.
People, you know, people like to shit on X-Men Origins Wolverine. I think the Deadpool thing at the end is bad, but up until that finale, it's not the worst movie you've ever seen.
I've only ever seen it from the worst print version, and it makes the movie way more entertaining.
I saw that too. I actually had avoided it before it came out.
Fun.
Like all of my friends had it, you know, even my friends who were like, here's the funny thing about people who do movie stuff. They all pirate everything, right? Like make no mistake. Like every, you know, moviegoers, like, you know, you go to LA, everybody pirates, like everybody does. There was one point, I think, I don't remember what it was. I think Torrent Freak reported on it one time that they traced some trackers or traced some of these seeds from torrents back to like Paramount, like Paramount,
people working
Paramount or Universal. They traced the IP address back to that. And you know, because again, like, you know, here's the thing. Here's the funny thing is like, so like video games, like let's say this game for example, you know, or no, what is it? Like I think it was Arkham City, like way back in the day, right? Yeah. So Arkham City comes out, and the developers upload a broken version of the game to torrent sites. Like if you try, so if you try to play the game, like you try to glide, it won't work. And then they were able to see which people had pirated the game, and use that as a way to, you know, whatever. So it's like I guarantee you, some of these movies get leaked online from the companies.
I think that happens way more than people think.
Yeah,
like
just to gauge reaction.
Especially script leaks and stuff like that.
Like,
I honestly think that's what happened with the Dial of Destiny leak.
I mean, well, yeah, but they're really holding on to that. What I was reading about that is they're doing something where it's like the budget's like $297 million or some shit.
For what?
For Dial of Destiny.
No,
like,
wasn't it over 300?
I mean, I saw 297, so they might have just rounded up or whatever.
Massive, whatever it was.
But it's like apparently Disney's really like supportive of it, you know.
I have a feeling it's mostly through de-aging is what caused it to get so high.
Most likely, you know, but it could have also been again like the development costs and everything.
294.7 million.
Yeah.
You were close.
Matt, did you hear that Ryan Johnson is doing the reshoots for Dial of Destiny?
That's not true. That's not true. No. No, Mangold. No, that movie's no. Mangold is all over that one. Don't fuck with me.
I heard Mangold left the project.
Shut the fuck up. No, he didn't. He's out there talking about it on Twitter. He's fine. He's good. He did his thing. Leave my Mangold alone. He'll just turn Indy 5 into Shane. Okay. Shut the fuck. No, I'm excited for Dial of Destiny. I mean, I still unironically defend Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
So do I. I like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull a lot. I'm actually, the older I get, it's gonna sound blasphemous. I think I like it more than Last Crusade.
Well, it's okay. That's a take.
Yeah,
but I'm like, all right. But I'll tell you this. So
Doom is my favorite. So that's all.
Temple of Doom is my favorite too. It's indie. I mean, Raiders is my all-time favorite movie, but like Temple's my favorite indie movie.
I know what you mean. I have takes like that nobody understands, but I know exactly what you mean.
Well, it's the one I watched the most as a kid. You know, as weird as that is to say, like watching that, like Kalima, like that was like, or also when he's on the bridge and you sees him on both sides and he just goes, "Oh shit."
Those fucking crocodiles, dude! I wore out the VHS tape on that thing.
Yeah, Blessing here says this reminds me of Hello Neighbor, because that's what it is.
No, this was Warhammer. This is the longest clip that the man unit has ever sent.
This
I hope you paid big money for this.
You should have paid big money for it. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. No, but I mean, it's the thing with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is that, again, I can defend everything but the monkeys. And even the monkeys, a friend of mine came up with a really interesting explanation for the monkeys.
Let's hear it.
His explanation was that if you look at Shia LaBeouf's hair, Mutt's hair, it looks very similar to the capuchin monkey. And like they might have looked at him as being like the largest monkey. And therefore he is the one, right? He's the alpha monkey. I don't know. It's stupid.
That actually
stupid.
might make it worse.
If you look at Shia LaBeouf's dick.
As brought to you by Chun Campia. But I will say though, what immediately follows the monkey scene is the ant scene, and the ant scene is fucking awesome.
Yeah, dude. That's one of the scenes in the whole series for me.
That really is a good scene. I mean, people like to bitch about like the aliens, but here's the way I view that, right?
I like them.
If you look at it like this, so if you go back to Raiders deals with Western ideology, right? Western religion.
Yep.
The concept of Western religion, you know, like the Ark of the Covenant, Christ, all that shit. Then you go and you look at Temple. Temple deals with Eastern religion. The Thuggee cult was a real cult. It really was operational in India in the 1800s. And then they go, okay, so we did that. Now we're going to go back to the Western religion again. We're going to now do the whole, you know, the Holy Grail. And that's going to be what we're doing. And it's a great film, right? It's an awesome movie, great message and everything else. And then they go, well, what can we do for number 4? Well, you know, all right. So it's like, well, we've explored that religion and cults have power. Spiritual shit works. You know, like you can't sit there and have him be like a staunch atheist after watching this shit. It'd be like, you know, even like I'm a pretty like you could be agnostic or whatever, but there's if you listen to the Dial of Destiny, it's like there's shit that I've seen that like I can't explain. You know,
I mean, let's be realistic. How could Indy ever stick to one religion? He's confirmed different ones exist concurrently. So he's got to be a very conflicted man.
Yeah, it's like, so there's not just one true God. There's a whole bunch.
Kali exists, and the Jewish God exists. Am I going to hell or not?
Yeah, well, okay, Willie says here, the Last Crusade was the Knights of the Round Table. No, it was not the Holy Grail. I mean, I guess I get the Cup of Christ, yeah, so it's kind of like, I get what you're saying there. Shiny here says, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was not bad, it had aliens.
They technically weren't aliens, never forget. They tried to have their cake and eat it too and say they're actually interdimensional beings.
Yeah, I know. But they had the fucking Tic Tac saucer, so you know what? Like,
and they said that Indy had worked at Roswell, and when they show him the body, Kate Blanchett says one of their distant cousins or something. So there are aliens, and they were a different species.
Yeah. You know, like, because that's the whole thing. Like, they brought us in the cover of Night and showed us this thing, and yeah, it's like
what they were gonna do originally for Indiana Jones 3, because I've always kind of wished they made it.
I don't remember for number 3 or number 4.
Number 3, I believe Spielberg said he wanted to make him trapped in a haunted house. Is the whole movie.
That would have been cool.
It was either a haunted house or a haunted castle, and I think that's why they go to that castle part of the movie, because that was a leftover remnant of the haunted script.
Maybe.
And Lucas, I believe, even back then had the idea to make Indiana Jones versus the Saucer Men, which is why we got Crystal Skull eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked Frank Darabont's script though about Indy's brother and not Indy's son. Would have been interesting, because I think David Coep, who wrote the script for Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, like, it's not bad. It's a fun movie. It's fine.
It really is.
Because like I went to back in 2012 when the Blu-ray came out. AMC did a full day marathon of all 4 films. It was like $25 per person, so I went.
That's cool.
And it was a blast.
Like back to back.
Back to back. Yeah, right. And so, but here's the thing: when you got to Crystal Skull, you saw people start to exit like after certain scenes. So like as soon as Crusade ended, people would go and they'd leave. And then you'd start seeing like, okay, so after the Area 51 shit in the beginning, people would leave. And then after every action scene, people would leave.
I'm watching the year of the movie, or had people already seen it before?
No, this is in 2012. So this is like 4 years after its release. And I'm watching this thing and I'm enjoying the ever living shit out of it. And I'm just like, you start seeing, because when you watch all 4 of them back to back to back, you start realizing like how Spielberg does his callbacks.
Yeah.
You start seeing a lot of the callbacks, especially between Crusade and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, where Harrison very much starts to embody his dad. You know, a lot of the same mannerisms, a lot of the same kind of just like facial expressions, or just like the physical type responses and everything else.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of that in Dial of Destiny. Now that he's older.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, we got Sala in the trailer and everything. Like, all right, cool. Like, too bad fucking Marcus Brody is dead. Rip Denholm Elliott.
I'm actually glad that I was worried they wouldn't even hire him.
I mean, they need to bring somebody back. If you're going to bring, I mean, they can't bring back, you know, Connery because he's dead, and also they killed him off in the movie.
Yeah, they killed him off anyways in Crystal Skull.
You know,
so,
you know, I mean, like, it's like, who else are they going to bring back? Like,
Short Round, like we said earlier, is the only
Short Round. Yeah, is Bellic? No, Bellic is dead. Damn it. That's like Bellic should be alive. Keep Bellic alive.
Popular movie, so he's not as big of a draw to the studio heads, I'm sure.
Yeah, but there's a lot they could do with this and everything. And I think, look, here's the thing. I know Harrison Ford has said Indiana Jones dies with me, but I think that they are gonna. You know, there's been talks of a TV show.
Well, okay. Harrison said he dies with me, but then didn't a few weeks ago he actually talked about sequels without him, and he seemed okay with it?
Yeah, I mean, like, he's to be fair, like, he's 80. He's going to be dead. Like, it's not like he's going to have any control over that, you know?
He knows this is his last run. There's no way they can do another with him.
Well, yeah. Well, and I don't think he wants to, because it was like, yeah. I mean, even during the production of this thing, he was bicycling like 40 miles a day.
Yeah.
Like, he was hardcore into it for physicality. But if you've noticed, Harrison Ford has actually been finally coming out of his cave. Like this, he did the show Shrinking, which is on right now, Apple TV Plus. He did 1923 over on Paramount, and it's like, and then he's got this one coming out. He's doing fucking Thunderbolt Ross for Marvel and shit. And what that tells me, and I know this is gonna sound like really kind of weird to say, but what that tells me is that he kind of knows that, like, he's getting closer.
He's doing the Bruce Willis.
Well, but he's doing it, without having, like, dementia, essentially.
No, I mean, he's trying to get money for his kids and stuff, I think, while he still can. And also,
so you don't think it's the adrenochrome, Matt?
I mean, if it's the adrenochrome, then, good on him, right? Jim Caviezel is going to be very happy because he has someone to bitch about then. God damn fucking adrenochrome. Jesus. Oh,
ready for Passion of the Christ 2?
I don't know what they're gonna do.
I wish it was Revelations, even though I know it's not.
It should be Revelations. Like, it should be Revelations. Like, fucking, like Jesus rises up and, like, fights Satan and shit.
Does it set up the Bible verse?
Or Mel would go. Like, he's willing to make some violent ass movies. An apocalypse film by Mel Gibson would be fucking awesome.
I mean, we had Apocalypto, and that was violent as fuck. I love that goddamn movie
so much.
Have you seen Because like I love Mel Gibson. Like I don't give a shit. Like I love. I mean, he's probably like he's got his issues like everyone does. But like I love his movies. Have you ever seen Get the Gringo?
Yes, dude. I love Get the Gringo.
It's basically Payback 2. Did you ever see Payback?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
Payback is wonderful.
Payback is great. Now, are you talking the director's cut or theatrical?
I've never seen the director's cut. I really want to. I've heard you talk about it.
It almost redoes like the last act of the movie. Like there's nothing with the kidnapping plot. It's all like Sally Kellerman as the boss. Like, and all you hear is her voice. It's really interesting.
I just remember I think it was theatrical cut where Gary Sinise walks in and the kid starts peeing his pants out of fear. So that's not in the director's cut. That's all been cut out.
Well, Gary Sinise isn't in that movie.
In Payback?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Am I thinking about Ransom?
You're thinking about Ransom, yeah, because that's Mel Gibson in a Ron Howard movie.
Never mind.
Yeah. No.
Continue. Sorry.
It's okay.
That's also a good movie too, though.
That is a good movie. Yeah. Isn't like Jodie Foster the wife in that one, or who's the wife in that one? Or is it? I forget. It's been so long since I've seen Ransom. Was it Rene Russo? Could be. Yeah. I think you're right. God, Rene Russo back in the 90s, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Fucking Lethal Weapon 3, dog. Anyway. Or like, look at the Thomas Crown Affair. Anyway.
You guys have got to watch Get the Gringo if you haven't. That movie.
Well, here's so I'm going to tell you about Payback, all right? And I want you to like
let's hear
I want you to like see if it sounds familiar. So, fuck it. I'm just gonna, we're gonna end it with the Payback trailer because I got to get to bed. It's like 2:40.
Yes, same here.
But we've been watching this now literally for an hour.
Yeah.
How is this almost over?
Not out there.
What the fuck? Like
we're almost at the 4-hour mark, Matt.
I know. It's because I got to talking and I'm like, all right, what else am I gonna do?
Hey, we can thank Command Unit for that. Thanks, Command Unit.
Yeah. Let's see here. Payback.
Oh, this ought to be fun.
1990.
I really don't remember this movie. What the hell?
Oh no, it's got Lucy Liu in it. It's got Greg Henry in it. Maria Bellows in it.
You guys show them the Get the Gringo trailer after.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah.
How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me. Like the fella once said, ain't that a kick in the head? The room was completely black. I hugged her and she hugged back. Like the sailor said, quote, ain't that a hole in a boat? My head keeps spinning. I go to sleep and keep grinning. If this is just to be, my life is gonna be beautiful. I've sunshine enough to spread. It's just like the father said. Tell me quick, ain't love a kick.
All right, that doesn't tell you anything about the fucking movie here.
It looks fun though.
It's fun. It's a great deal of fun. All right.
I do remember that part, the hubba with the machine guns.
Yeah. Okay. You know what it is? Is let me show you the first little bit. This is the opening of the movie, but really it's just like.
Let's see.
GSW. That's what the hospitals call it. Gunshot wound. Doctor has to report it to the police. That makes it hard for guys in my line to get what I'd call quality health care.
Yeah, you recognize the narration?
Yeah, does he do that throughout the whole movie?
Only in the beginning.
Not many men know what their life's
Yeah, that
worth.
does give me vibes of it, though.
I do. 70 grand. That's what they took from me. And
Okay,
that's
yeah,
what
I'm
I was
starting to
gonna
see
get
it.
back.
Just watch the first like 2 minutes of like the next 2 minutes.
I already see the connection.
You see what I'm talking about? You see? Yeah.
Right.
It's 100% get. If you've seen Get the Gringo, you've seen Payback, and they're both great.
They say time heals all wounds. And you'd think after 5 months of lying on my back, I would have given up any idea of getting even. Just be a nice guy, call it a day.
We're probably going to get clapped because I've already got
Nice
the
guys are
notification.
You gotta have someone to take advantage of.
So hold on a second here because I've already got the notification that we're going to get clapped.
Oops.
Let's see. Willie Jackson's here. This reminds me of a Max Payne movie that never got made. Kinda, yeah. This was a couple years before Max Payne as well. But mostly it's just like, it's really just, let's see. Because you've seen like, because if you've seen the opening of Get the Gringo, then you know what I'm talking about, right?
No,
It looks
for sure. Yeah, I already can see the parallels.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I got to check that out.
Yeah, I don't know where it says Warner Brothers, but like one of the things said Paramount. I don't know where it would be streaming right now.
Just Payback, right?
Payback, yeah.
I'll find it.
There's also the one Paycheck with Ben Affleck. That's a John Woo movie from 2003.
Oh, okay. I have seen that one.
That's a good movie. Ben Affleck and Uma Thurman. I think Aaron Eckhart's in that one. And let's see. Yeah. It's on Amazon. Yeah, you can watch it on Amazon right now. What do you mean it's only got fucking 2.5
Did you know that
stars?
Did you know that the actor that plays Namor is actually in Get the Gringo? I didn't know that.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh wow. This is weird. So I looked up here, Payback on Amazon, and it's starring Angie Everhart. And like the trailer, I'm like, it came 2008. God damn, Angie Everhart. You guys know who Angie Everhart is?
Sounds familiar.
Did you ever see?
I'm about to find out.
Oh yeah, you about to be happy. She is she's a model.
Bordello of Blood.
She was in Bordello of Blood. I will always remember that line when she's dressed as a cheerleader. 2, 4, 6, 8. You can watch me masturbate.
Oh, it's
and I'm like, what movie am I fucking watching?
Oh, Weinstein masturbated in front of her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's not cool. I mean, that's not right. H-Bar's here. Matt, get some sleep. I need to. Yeah.
Got a point.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. We'll end it because it's I don't want to get. I'm gonna get clapped by whatever. But you can check out. If you can find Payback. It's a good movie. It's a solid movie.
Yeah, I definitely will. You guys gotta check out Get the Gringo. That movie kicks so much ass.
Oh, it's on Stars right now. It's if you have Stars, you can check it out. Sweet. But Get the Gringo is really good too. It doesn't like that one have like it's that one's got like Peter Stormare and who else is in?
I hate saying it, but I don't recognize a lot of the cast of that movie just because a lot of them were probably Hispanic actors that aren't in Hollywood productions often. Because I can't really name most of the people that were in it.
Let me go and look it up real quick.
I don't even remember who was the mom in that.
In Get the Gringo?
Yeah.
2012 American film. I saw it on Netflix when it came out. Like that's who I saw it from. Let's see. So it's got Oh wow, yeah, wow, Tuna Corta. Peter Stormare.
Dean Norris is in it.
Who?
Asac Schrader. Dean Norris from Breaking Bad.
Oh, right. Okay, I probably would have recognized him in that one as Officer Bill. Yeah, I mean it's a solid fucking movie.
Yeah, that movie's a lot of fun.
It's I mean when it came out, like it like, what is it? The film released in Israel in March 2012 before reaching 22 other countries over the next 6 months. In the UK, the film was released under its working title of How I Spent My Summer Vacation.
It's because I think Mel was still kind of under a blacklisting at the time, wasn't he?
I mean, yeah, it definitely was.
Kind of ironic it premieres in Israel when didn't he get canceled for talking about Jews?
Yeah. That's there is a level of irony that is just amazing.
I think he was on his apology tour at the time.
Well, the film did not have a regular U.S. theatrical release. Instead, it appeared on video on demand. At the event, Gibson said of the VOD release, "We're just in a different era. Many people just like to see things in their homes. I think that's the future." The film was the first publicly released exclusively through video on demand services. The film was first publicly released through video on demand services in the United States.
That's stupid. That's never going to catch on.
Yeah,
no, a lot of people didn't even know it existed.
No, I saw it on Netflix and shit. Like, I think I saw it on. I'm pretty sure I saw it on Netflix. Icon's deal with Fox, Get the Gringo, did have an exclusive preview window on DirecTV May 1st before it was released on other VOD services a month later. Its release on Blu-ray was set as July 17th, 2012 by 20th Century Fox Home Entertainment. So it's got an 82% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I think it's one of the best movies he's in, honestly.
It really is good. Like the thing is, that's what sucks though, is like no one's seen it.
Most people never even heard of it, dude.
Yeah.
Anytime I list how much I love that movie from that year, everybody's like, "What is that?"
Yeah, what is Get the Gringo? And you're like, "Oh, it's Mel Gibson." Well, oh, fuck him. No. But it's like good Mel Gibson.
Yeah, it's like up there with Mad Max and Apocalypto is probably my top 3 favorite Gibson movies.
If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably likely that he also like co-directed it.
It feels like he did. It's got a real vibe and style to it.
It does. It's kind of like, I mean, there's a lot of that stuff. And like, what else is?
It has a little Tarantino feel to it, also.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit like that.
Like the opening, especially at the border.
Yeah, they're racing for the racing to get across the border. And again, it's really just what is it? It's really just like fucking, what's it called? God, sorry, my brain just kind of farted for a second there. But
Matt,
no,
you gotta wake up early to go watch Quantumania.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go. I'll probably watch it tomorrow night because like I'll just go see it tomorrow night.
Hope you don't fall asleep.
No. It's fine. Like,
when's the last time you fell asleep in a movie?
Never.
It's only happened to me once in my entire life, and it was that Fellowship of the Ring when it came out.
Oh, dude, we had that. Well, I mean, like, okay, so like, I have fallen asleep, but I was at the drive-in, and I was like killing time. So like, but
that's
actively,
different. I'm talking like really investing yourself into a movie.
Yeah, no, I don't do that. Like, there's times where I'll be like, there was one time I saw The Informant, right, the 2009 Matt Damon, Steven Soderbergh movie, and I thought the trailer looked funny, and so before going to see it, I ate like 4 pot cookies.
Oh, no.
That my friend told me he told me that they were like really, they were light, they weren't strong, they were just like, whatever. And he gave me 4, and he's like, yeah, here you go, these will be fine. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I ate all 4, and I go to the theater, I go to my friend's house, like I eat them, I drive over to my friend's house, leave my car there. I think I'll be sober by the time the whole thing is done. And so we get in his car, and I'm like, yeah, I fucking ate my pot cookies, dude. Let's go fucking watch this movie. And he's like, what?
Oh, no.
He's like, what the fuck? And I'm all like, yeah, I had like 4 pot cookies, man. It's gonna be fucking great. And so we go into the movie theater, and like I sit down, it's starting to kick in and shit. I'm like feeling all good. And like it starts playing trailers, and this is like 2009. So like they play the trailer for like Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen. and I'm like all jazzed for that movie. And I'm like, fuck yeah, let's fucking go. Right. And it's like, you actually start feeling the bass from the speakers and it's like that whole whoa, whoa, whoa thing. And I'm like, yes, we fucking rah, rah. So I'm just feeling great. And then the movie started. And that movie is funny, but it is a dry humor. So it starts off and I forget the first joke is in that movie. And I just went like, oh shit.
Oh, you could already
because I realized what kind of comedy it's going to be, and then it all just kicked in. So I literally for the next 90 minutes, 2 hours, I can't even tell you. I'm like flopping my head back and forth trying to stay awake. My friend is like, I'm watching the movie. Like I remember watching the movie. I don't know what's happening, but I remember I was watching it, and my friend's like, dude, you're fucking high. You're so fucking high. You fucking idiot. He's so mad at me, I think. Like, he's just super mad. And then, like, afterward, he's like, okay, let's go to Walmart. We're going to walk around Walmart, sober you up a little bit. And he's like, are you good to drive? And I'm like, I don't think I'm good to drive. And he goes like, okay. And he dropped me off at my girlfriend's house. He just like pulls up. He's all like, your boyfriend's stoned. So here he is. He's like, I'm going to go. And I was like, all right. And then we actually got the informant at the drive-in like 2 weeks later, and I watched it again sober, and I went like, oh yeah, it's pretty good.
Two different experiences.
Well, because I mean, you really can't get fucking high and watch. Like, I don't get people who get high or drunk and watch movies. I just don't get it. I just simply do not understand it.
Yeah, I've never done it.
Yeah, you're just like, what the fuck? Like, why would I, like, this is stupid. Because I want to know what's going on. It's like people who get high and play video games. It's like, it's a control thing. Like, you can't control anything because you're fucking wasted.
It just sounds weird, yeah.
Yeah, it's like how, people are like, oh, I just get high. Like, you ever remember Call of Duty fucking lobbies back in the day? Right? And you go into a Call of Duty lobby and it's like one dude is like stoned out of his mind, but he's got like all the best kills.
Well, I guess it is working for him.
I'm like, how do you do that? He's like, I don't know, man. Fucking, I just smoke my weed and I play my Call of Duty. I'm all like, do you do anything else? No.
Oh, that's why he's good.
So yeah,
you just hyper focus in for like a moment and get all the kills.
Yeah. All right, guys, it's 3. I'm gonna go to bed. My kids are gonna wake me up in a couple hours and be like, Daddy, make me breakfast. And I'll be like, get a job. Which I do say that to my 5-year-old. She'll be like, I want to get this toy. I'm like, well, with what money? Well, with money you're gonna give me. And I'm like, no, go get a job. Or how about this? Why don't you clean up your room and we'll talk? I don't wanna. Well, then there we go. You're not going to get what you want if you're not going to clean your room. Like, you make an effort. And shit.
Do they have an allowance system yet?
No, they're 5 and 3.
I don't think I ever had one as a kid.
I don't know if allowances kind of like went away.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I never had one. I don't think any of my friends had them either.
I mean, my friends had allowances. It was like, $5 a week and shit, right?
Did they have to earn it though?
No. It was like just, I mean, because like one of my friends had like a chore wheel and everything else. They did the chore stuff every week and they would like earn points and like that could be redeemed or whatever. And like, yeah, that worked out. My parents were like, this year's like $5 and shit. But see, for me, what happened was I had child support. So the problem was that my mom told me I was getting child support. And then she even made this stupid mistake. And I mean this literally, the stupid mistake of telling me, well, if you ever want to buy anything, you can just use your child support money that were being saved.
What was she thinking?
I don't know, because she never asked herself why the account got drained.
Was she and then the time she told
no,
you that?
No. She just let me have the money. Like at that point, it was like, I think about almost $3,000 and just let me have it. And I would just go to the bank and I would just pull out money and spend it. Right. And then it was like, and then when that ran out, I would get $125 every 2 weeks in fucking child support. And I just started ganking the checks. And then I would go to the bank and I'd cash them by forging her signature.
How long did that go on for? Like years?
2 years.
Damn, dude.
I'd argue. Dude, I'll tell you this. And I'll tell you this. I'm embarrassed by it. That's why I'm talking about it. Because her and I had a conversation about this just recently, and she kind of went, "Well, I should have said something," and I'm all like, "Yeah, you should have said something." But at
You
the same,
shouldn't have said anything to begin with, lady.
like you shouldn't have said anything. Yeah, right. Because she's like, "That was like your car money," and I'm all like, "Yeah, you know what I spent that on, Mom? Like, you want to know the dumbest thing that I did with that fucking money?" And she's like, "No, I don't want to know." I'm like, "No, I'll tell you the dumbest thing I did with that money, and this is 100% true. I did not have a PlayStation." I borrowed my friend's PlayStation. I forget which game I wanted to play, but I really wanted to use the Game Shark that I had bought for PlayStation. The problem though is that this was the original model of the PlayStation that did not have the ability to use a Game Shark. So I hate to admit this. I took the PlayStation to GameStop or whatever the fuck it was. I traded it in and I bought the new model just so I could play the Game Shark on one game for like a week. And then I gave it back to my friend. As I found out, my friend was borrowing that from another friend of his.
Oh no.
Jeez.
And it was the original release model of the PlayStation.
Oh my god.
Whoopsie. Yeah, I don't
Did
even
you
know.
try to fix it or?
Oh no, I never tried. Because I don't know what the fuck I was gonna do, right? Like, how the fuck was we gonna receipts and shit, go back, exchange? I don't know. All I know is I spent like $200 on that deal, right? Like, it was stupid of me to do. It was so dumb of me to do, but it was like there was literally like it's just money being given to me every 2 weeks. I didn't even need. I would have it just didn't even matter, right?
How old would you have been?
At that point, I would have been like 16.
Damn.
Right. So it's like, but then when I turned 18 and I graduated high school, the child support payments, obviously stopped. Right.
Yeah.
But then the thing was though, I found out my mom came to me one day and she just goes, well, you have a decision to make. And I'm like, what's the decision? And she goes, your father, you're 18, child support payments are coming to an end. But the stipulation that your father and I have is that if you go to college, he will continue to pay child support. And I thought about it because, again, 18, right? Just out of high school and shit. And he's got 4 other kids, right? I got my siblings and it was like $250 a month. That's a lot.
Yeah.
So I said, you know what? No, I'm good. Tell him no, and end it. And we ended it. And it was my choice to end it like that. But part of what influenced that was the frivolous spending that I went through. Like I blew all this money. And that's why now I'm very fucking frugal.
Well,
like,
at least a learning experience from it.
Oh, it was a massive learning experience. I have absolutely nothing to show for it outside of just like the lesson.
Yeah, imagine if you saved it.
God, I know, right? It would have already been gone. It was just so bad. It was like my mom's just like, go and you want to go get like you want to go see a movie, go and take out some money. So I would just like, go to the fucking credit union and then like go and like withdraw the money and like my mom never checked it. And it's just like I'm like, my mom had a lot of other crap going on at the time as well. And like, cause she was like, just like a stay-at-home mom at that point with like 2 younger kids. So she just forgot, and so she kind of feels embarrassed about it now, but I'm like, but mom, like, we took her to Alaska back in 2016 and we're going back to Alaska in a few months with her. So it's like, it's not a big deal. It's just like, it's like just shit happens. You just fucking realize how dumb it is and you just move on. But like, now it's like with my kids, I'm going to like work with them. I'm like, okay, this is financing and this is how you spend money, and if you want to get something you got to save for it, and there's no such thing as a free lunch.
That's good. Yeah, it's actually a good thing that she spoiled you because now you won't make that mistake.
Oh yeah absolutely.
You could have turned out really bad from that experience, honestly.
I mean, don't get me, I mean, like, it's like I may not always have like the best financial sense and whatnot, but I pay my bills and I get my shit done, but it's it's like that was it was such a stupid fucking thing. I just laugh at it because it's been like 20 years, like I don't
know what it is, dude, but Game Sharks will mess with a kid. I remember when I was growing up, I was allowed 1 game a year. That's what I was allowed to get. And one year I really wanted something that you could only obtain through a Game Shark. So for some reason, I said, I want my one game of the year to be a Game Shark. And I got the Game Shark. I didn't know how the fuck it worked. I never got it to work, and it only worked for one game anyways.
Yeah, that was. I remember when the Game Genie came out for the NES, and like my neighbors got it, and they would sit there and they would just randomly enter in codes.
That's what I did because I didn't have the internet then, and I was like,
yeah.
"What the fuck is any of this? I don't know how this works."
You know what they were doing? They would also they would run their NES through their VCR, and they would record. They would record what they put in.
Record which codes work and which don't.
Yeah, yeah. So they could just go back and look at it again. And they actually, I remember they did it for like Bart Simpson versus the World, the game on the NES that came out, and like they figured out like how to turn all the enemies into diamonds to get the points.
Okay.
Like they just tweaked with it, and like they just got in there and shit, man. It's so funny like how cheat codes. It's funny now how cheat codes are largely non-existent.
I know. I miss cheat codes, man. I was just talking about that the other day. They got replaced with, I guess, DLC and stuff sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, goddamn, fucking.
Hey
Jesus.
Matt, I've heard of it, but what is a Game Shark?
A Game Shark is like a cheat code device. So
it's like you hack the game basically.
Yeah, it's like you go in and you're like you plug it into your system and it pops up on screen, and you choose the game you want really, and then you just got to go and you got to find the codes and put them in. And then it would like unlimited lives or power ups and shit.
You put it in the console and then you put the game into the Game Shark. So it's like opening the code and lets you activate stuff that you're not supposed to be able to.
Well, I mean, on the on the PlayStation, you just kind of like plugged it in the back. It was like a plug and play sort of thing. But on the NES, when you had the Game Genie, that was you had to like it was like literally like an extension for like the
it was
cartridge.
Like a human centipede.
Kind of, yeah. It was real ass to mouth. And then
it really was.
You put it in there, and then it brings up, and it's all like Game Genie, and you're like, oh shit, let me get the fucking codes and stuff. That was a big thing back in the day. Like, oh, we need new games, get the codes. Like, you got to get the Game Genie book.
Especially on NES, when those games were designed to just be unfair and unbeatable sometimes.
Well, that was the only way to beat that fucking Turtles game, man. Was the
you need Game Genie lives.
Yeah, you don't have enough missiles to like hit all the enemies and shit. It's like,
yeah, they were designed to sell those things. It was very obvious how cheap they were.
They're just, you look at gaming and you're like, man, some gaming is really good, but so much of that shit's fucking insane. All right, guys. Yeah, it's after 3. Doing on for four almost 4.5 hours. Everyone in the chat's like, go to bed.
Chat
like.
Land.
Hey, listen, I'm doing a special double stuffed episode to make up for last night. Okay, so don't fucking late shame me, bro.
It's worth it.
All right, everybody. Thank you all so much. Have yourself a great evening and peace.
Have a good night, everyone.
Thanks, Matt.